Hey, what's good, y'all? Hey, I don't know what just happened to the I don't know what just happened to the intro, but hold on real quick. Let me see something real quick. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Got a little bit of technical difficulty. Shout out to everybody that's here already. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to my man Eddie Longs. What's good with it? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Carlton Way. Shout out to J007. What's good with y'all, man? Give me 1 second. I gotta run this intro one more time because I got some technical stuff going on. I don't know what's going on. I bet you so many people live streaming. I bet you the StreamYard servers and all the servers for everywhere that's doing content tonight using StreamYards as they browser encoder is probably going ham. Shout out to my man Caldona. Shout out to Telegram Thema. What's good with y'all? What's good with y'all? Give me 1 second real quick. Let me throw this back up here real quick. Hold on real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Give me 2 seconds. I know y'all ain't gonna mind that good monolith intro again. Let me just shout out to my man Lehman Lucas. What's good with it, bro? Just give me 1 second. Let me try to get this set up real quick, and then we'll be right into it. All right. Yo, 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 what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So I was having a little bit of technical difficulties earlier. I hope everything is better now. If you guys can hear me okay and everything is looking good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys are having any type of tech issues, you can't see me, can't hear me, the presentation looks bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face, and I will try to work on it, all right? Shout out to the people over on Rumble. I think that Rumble is actually streaming now. I think everything is good over there, all right? So shout out to y'all, man. While you guys are doing that, I'm gonna shout out everybody that's in the building. All right, my man, keep it 100. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to you. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to my man Carlton Way. Shout out to J007. What's good with you? Shout out to Eddie Longs. Shout out to Caldona. Shout out to Telegram Threema. Shout out to my man Lehman Lucas. What's good with you, bro? All right. Shout out to everybody that's here. I appreciate you guys. All right. So what we gonna do is we are going to cover the election results as long as we're getting them in. All right. What we're also going to do is between that time, we're going to chop it up. We're going to talk about some strategies. We're going to talk about some different content. We're going to talk about some political issues and some political news. We're going to ask some questions. We also going to lay the groundwork for the plan for the next 4 years. Next 4 years, what do we got? We got leap year, right? We got the Bitcoin halving, and we got the next presidential election. Because how many people do y'all think are even looking that far ahead into the future? I'm looking way into the future. You know what I'm saying? Way past the days when I'll be walking the earth. You know what I'm saying? But my question for you guys is, how many people do you all think are out there doing that? That is something that we have to start to implement, if you ask me. And we've got to start implementing effective, foolproof, invincible plans, you know what I'm saying, of future survival, future self-sustenance, and future ability to be able to do what we want to do, all right? How many people have been paying attention to the cryptocurrency market, man? Now, I want to ask y'all this. How many people have been talking about the cryptocurrency community and their impact on the election? How many people have been talking about how it wouldn't have been a bad idea to stack some cryptocurrency throughout these last 4 years leading up to the election, right? Because this election more than likely will have a major impact on the cryptocurrency market. I don't know if anybody been paying attention to the market, but in case you have not, the election has already had an immediate impact on cryptocurrency. Anybody want to tell me what Bitcoin's price is at? Anybody want to tell me what Dogecoin's price is at? Bitcoin has already surpassed its milestone. Shout out to Torian. Torian says, can you pull the market off? Oh, bro, you already know. Pull it up, pull the cryptocurrency market up. Oh, absolutely. You pull up the cryptocurrency market for sure. Let's pull up Coin Market Cap. Coin Market Cap, it is. Let me see. See where we at with it. See where we at with it. Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching, man. I appreciate you guys. We already have gotten on the 1-to-1. All right, we already gotten on the 1-to-1. That's what's up. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. If y'all haven't hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to Carlton. That's the way to get that's the way to get the chat emptied out. Started off talking about crypto, right? Look at that. Today's cryptocurrency market prices by market cap. All right. Look at Bitcoin. 74,532. All right. Now, as you can see, Bitcoin is being traded the highest, right? Look at it. It's up 9.22%, but that's not the highest it was. It already surpassed $75,000. You know what I'm saying? Now, I've never heard of this token right here, S Trump. I've never heard of it. It's up 9.27%. Never heard of Grass, all right? 26.02%. Zodex, I've never heard of Zodex. It's down, all right? Now, look at this. Solana, $187.16. It's up 16.87%. Now, look at these little, I don't know what these are. I don't know if these are meme coins. These look like some Solana meme coins, some Solana Trump meme coins. Going wild is what these are. That's what these are. Trump meme coins. Trump 47 is up 121%. Trump 2024 up 1,004%. DMAGA is up 64%. DJT is up 107%. Donald J. Trump. That must be what that is. All right. So, yeah, man, cryptocurrency is having the expected results that we thought it would have. All right. You know what I'm saying? Cryptocurrency is going ham. It's doing real well. Everybody's wallet looking real nice, especially if you're part of the Discord and you've been, checking out the coins that we've been talking about in the Discord. All right. Now we're going to take a look at Poly Market real quick. Do you guys remember the last time we checked out Poly Market? Shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact says, what's the best short-term investment, gold or silver? I wouldn't necessarily, me personally, right? This ain't investment advice because, you know what I'm saying, we don't do that, right? But me personally, as far as quote-unquote short-term investment, I don't invest in short-term. I don't invest in commodities on the short term. Any commodities that I invest in those commodities and hold them. And I use those as a leverage against any type of risk. You know what I'm saying? So as far as gold and silver, if you're looking for short-term investments, if you ask me, right, short-term is a time frame. So you want to look at something that has a turnaround that's pretty quick. If you ask me, crypto is always the best. Depending on what part of crypto or what type of crypto you're looking into, crypto would always be the best for the shortest turnaround, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? But that's just my opinion. Shout out to the people in the chat. Let me know what y'all think in the chat. Now, take a look at what happened here. Presidential election winner 2024. Look at this market volume. $3 billion, 487,840,438. 92.2% on Donald Trump winning, 3.4% on Kamala Harris, man. It's looking real bad. It's looking real bad. I almost want to put some money on Kamala Harris in case they do the magic. You know what I'm saying? I almost want to put some money on Kamala Harris in case they do the magic. I don't know why Poly Market took the scroll bar off the side. I don't know why they did that, but yeah, look at how this line here has bifurcated. Look at how shout out to Leonard. What's good with you, bro? Look at how that line has bifurcated. So that's kind of telling as to what is going on right now, right? It's kind of telling, if you ask me, what's going on here. All right. So let's take a look. We're going to take a look at these election results, how they have them listed on Google. All right. We're going to refresh this screen here. And what do y'all think? What do y'all think? As of right now, looks like Donald Trump is winning. All right. Looks like Donald Trump is winning. And the interesting thing about this is that if you break down these numbers, for the most part, these numbers, they hit that 63 or they hit that 66 and 33% that we were talking about. They hit that 63 that 66 and 33% that we was talking about. Shout out to Caldona. Caldona said that magic is hilarious, bro. It's hilarious until it hit, right? It's hilarious until it hit. Presidential election results. The race for the White House will likely be decided in the 7 battleground states. It could take days for officials to count enough votes to determine who won. All right, so as we see right here, Donald Trump, he's got 230. Kamala Harris has 200. 270 are needed to win. 270 are needed to win. All right, now look at this. Chances of winning. Likely chance. Trump has an 89% likelihood of winning, and this is coming from New York Times. Now, here's my question. If these polls are looking like this, what happened to all that stuff that they were talking about earlier in the year? What happened to all of that? Now, as you can see the time here, last updated 11:57 p.m. All right. So, and again, we're going to look at a couple polls, right? We're going to look at a couple polls. Now, do you guys remember all these people were saying that this was misinformation and disinformation? And is it? Is mis and disinformation? I'll tell you what, these actual results look a lot more like what we were talking about than what any of the mainstream media was talking about. Okay? They look a lot more like what we were talking about than what the mainstream media was talking about. Yeah, shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton said Democrat magic usually happens when we're sleeping, and then when we wake up, magically Kamala Harris has 270 electoral votes, and somehow Trump has less than what we're talking about right now on the screen. And then they take down all of our videos and say our videos are misinformation because we're quote unquote misrepresenting data. You know what I'm saying? So let's take a look. Let's see what they got on CBS here. Let me see. Electoral College. Donald Trump has 230. Kamala Harris 172. So it's not looking good for Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? It's not looking good for her at all. So now we got to ask this question. What happened? What happened? And here's my question. If these election results are not looking like what was projected in the mainstream media, and they're looking more accurate based on what we're talking about here on social media, do you think that it's about time for us to start calling out the mainstream media for mis and disinformation? If you guys think that it's that time, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. This is refreshed. All right. I just refreshed this. Trump 230, Harris 105, not yet called 103. So Trump needs 40. All right. Trump needs 40 electoral votes to win. This is what the map is looking at right now. This is what the map is looking like right now. All right. Now, here's my question. What do you all think is going to happen? What do you guys think is going to happen? What is going to be the likely results of this? All right. So we about to turn on MSNBC. Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, "Did you vote?" Nah, bro. I don't vote. I've never voted in my entire life, and I probably never will vote. You know what I'm saying? I probably never will. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not encouraging other people to do that, right? But that's just me.
189, Donald Trump still leading with 230 electoral votes.
All right, we've got quite a few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call. In Wisconsin, same story. Here we go. 75% of the vote in, a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call at this hour as well. Midnight on the East Coast. 15 votes up for grabs. They're too close. Arizona, too early to call. Just been counting for about 3 hours now. Out west in Nevada, also too early to call. And in Minnesota, we have too close to call. Democrats still feeling very good about their prospects there, but the margins are not at a place where we are ready to call that. Georgia, too close to call at this hour, too. We just discussed that. So that might be a ray of light for Kamala Harris, or perhaps a very a narrowing
Shout out
of
to my
her
man,
path
Hoop
to victory.
Jargon.
We should mention, Tom, we have called North Carolina. That was the first battleground to call, and it stays in the red column for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I want to go.
All right. Shout out to my man, Hoop Jargon, man. Make sure y'all show Hoop Jargon some love. Make sure y'all go check out his channel, man. Support black male media. You know what I'm saying? Go make sure y'all show Hoop Jargon some love. Go check out his channel. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. Shout out to Crew Reality. Yeah, facts, bro. Shout out to the Geek Surgeon. The Geek Surgeon says, see, you like me, until 2 years ago, we were voting couch before it was popular. Facts. My question would always be, how has anyone's life significantly changed? You know what I'm saying? And most times people, they can never answer that question, which we know what the answer is. If I saw you this year and you driving a used Nissan Sentra, and I see you next year and you driving the same Nissan Sentra minus a hubcap, things for the most part haven't gotten any better for you. As a matter of fact, judging from the maintenance of your material objects that you have, things have gotten worse. Now, that's not to say that that's completely because of politics, right? But politics should cause some type of overall improvement or some type of overall, negative impact, right? And if you ask me, what these polls are showing and what the sentiment is showing is that across the board, the way that the party that's been running the United States for a while now, which is the Democrats, it hasn't created a positive impact for the majority of people. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree the Democrats have not created a positive impact for the majority of people, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that it has, then give me a thumbs down. And what this actually is this is a reckoning, man. Like the chickens are coming home to roost for the Democrats.
Through Pennsylvania now, because we're starting to get more voting in Pennsylvania, and I want to focus on the east side of Pennsylvania here. This is 2024 right now. Look, a lot of the vote is still out, but let me show you 2020. You can see how much of this section was blue in 2020. Again, Biden won these counties. Now this is 2024. He's flipping counties like Monroe. Again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that, but he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, or at least picked the winner of Pennsylvania, going back to the Kennedy years. This is Easton. This is a fast-growing area, suburbs. It used to be the people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. It's now changing. Again, fast-growing.
See, people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. For the most part, if you live in these type of areas, you're not really going to be voting for Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? People like Kamala Harris and Kamala Harris policies are the reason why, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, most of the steel belt looks post-apocalyptic, because it is post-apocalyptic. It's post-apocalyptic for a thriving economy in a manufacturing, industrially boomed America. And now what you see is a skeleton of that past glory. And, people ain't feeling it. And the reason why people aren't feeling it is because of policy that was created that did not ensure the well-being, financial security, or legacies of the people in those areas. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons. That right there is one of the main reasons why the majority of these unions have kind of walked away from all of this. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Suburbs in South Central Pennsylvania, 52%. He's on top. Again, a reminder here. This is a county that Biden won in 2020. And this is new right now. This is Bucks County. 56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under Joe Biden, but not too bad. Chester County, 58 to 54. That's a bigger gap there. Again, remember, Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look at Philadelphia right now. Okay. 81 for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her, especially in Western PA, where Democrats knew they were going to have some trouble because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has, do you like fun fact alert? It's picked the president in the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there. But look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the
Man, look at Wisconsin. Look at Wisconsin. Let me ask you guys this question. When you guys look at these election maps, when you see all of this, what do you see? What do you overwhelmingly see?
Political watchers look at, because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one, like I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state, 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in these cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin.
Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, do I need to start drinking? I'm gonna let y'all know in the chat. We might mess around and get Patrick drunk, you know what I'm saying? He might not need to get drunk. We might get Patrick drunk, and he don't need to get drunk. What'd you buy? What'd you pick up from the store?
It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters show up. Guys?
Yeah. We got a lot of vote to count there, though, in Wisconsin.
You could call it the Battle of the Bellwethers, if that's what you're looking at here. I also think Bucks County, I will take my Bucks County native privilege as somebody who grew up there. It's an interesting one because you've got lower Bucks, central Bucks, upper Bucks, and it looks different in some of those
Starbucks?
areas. You also have
Sorry, it's after midnight. It happens.
Here it comes. Yeah. I love it.
I know.
Get the M&Ms ready, too.
Yes.
But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here. And I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better. And we're starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress. So it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching. And I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years in politics. Looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming.
Now, let me ask y'all this. How many people heard about Puerto Rico? If you guys heard about what went on in Puerto Rico, let me know.
Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee.
Shout out to Hurricane.
But
What's good with it, bro?
and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on. Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue. And I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone.
Well, in the case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been since. So that's, I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years, but with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges too, I think.
Point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election.
Shout out to TD. Shout out to Tia. What's good to Tia? TD said, everybody in their mama live right now. I dropped a video. Didn't nobody watch that ish. You don't even have the perpetual 50, bro. Facts. But shout out to the BLR chat, man. Look, y'all already know. We appreciate the perpetual 50, but BLR chat hold it down. Would y'all agree? If the BLR chat hold it down, throw them radiation emojis in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna hit your video on the replay. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know you had dropped one. I kind of been away from my phone for real. Look, ever since you hung up on me, ever since I was like, hello, I plugged that bad boy back in and started doing what I had to do. Oh man, I'm dead.
Cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have
now. Again, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Shout out to TD. TD said, "Nah, my phone died." All right, bro. All right. You know what I'm saying? Okay. All right. You know what I'm saying? He said his phone died. Oh man, listen. This is what I'm saying about the big swings in crypto. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Bitcoin, as a result of what's going on now, again, I don't know if people have peeped. We just saw this in the beginning of the stream. The odds on Polymarket, it's looking extremely bad for Kamala Harris on Polymarket. I mean, you guys see the trend line has bifurcated for the most part, and it's got Donald Trump with a 96% chance of winning, and Kamala Harris with what, a 3% chance? So the only thing that can really kind of change the course of that is a little bit of a abracadabra. You know what I'm saying? Abracadabra. You know what I'm saying? Some little magic. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of magic. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of baby magic, right? Sprinkle a little bit of powder on there. That's the only thing that's going to change it.
To see what happens with the blue wall. But the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back. Voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics.
Now, I mean, do you see now all of a sudden, now that there's nowhere else to hide, because there's nowhere else to hide now. Like, this is it. This is Judgment Day. Right? This is Judgment Day. How many people agree that if this is Judgment Day, throw them monolith emojis in the chat. This is Judgment Day. So now on MSNBC, right, you got them sitting up here saying, oh, well, you know, the voters like Trump. I think there's an issue with, quote unquote, voters liking Trump. And I think that there's also a big issue with voters just not liking Kamala Harris. I think that that's a big issue, too. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
The Republicans lost to Barack Obama. There was the famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said and gave some tough love to Republicans, saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
They worried about the monolith, y'all. You see, they want to know what happened with the black people. They want to know what happened to the black people. I need TD's soundboard. Based on the polls, you see them polls up there in Michigan, it looks like they want the best president for black people since Abraham Lincoln. That's what it seemed like. That's what it seemed like people want. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? People want that economy, you know what I'm saying, proclamation. You know what I'm saying? That EP. Trump version 2.0.
That is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign, right? There weren't policy proposals that were dueling. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or whatever their other plan is. And that's a different conversation.
I disagree with you a little bit, Jen, on that.
Right,
I do think that,
level of disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So
listen, y'all, man, y'all about to get so mad at me, man. Y'all about to get so mad at me. You know what I'm saying? But listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I'm gonna tell you something. If I ever get into any type of trouble, I'm getting Jen Psaki as my attorney. I'm getting Jen Psaki as my attorney. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what none of y'all say. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if she's on the blue team. I don't care. Look, what D.L. Hughley say? I don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? CCC. I got to get found not guilty. You know what I'm saying? I got to get found not guilty. If I ever need somebody to BS my way out of some stuff, man, I'm hiring Psaki. You know what I'm saying? I'm hiring Psaki. You know what I'm saying? For sure.
I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record primarily prior to COVID and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign prior to the pandemic, I think we were down for a Democrat debate in Atlanta, and an African-American gentleman came up to me and looked around and said, I like your guy because everybody's got work and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything.
Do you notice how nobody can ever show anytime these random imaginary African Americans just randomly walk up to these random white people and pour out their hearts? Do you notice nobody ever has a picture? The conversation is never recorded. Like, why would I've never been compelled to just walk up to somebody and whisper my deepest political secrets to them. Have you guys? Has that ever happened? So hey, that's what I'm to look. Hey, shout out to DSB. That's what you're getting paid for. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely what you're getting paid for. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with you. That's why she'll get that retainer, bro. She'll get that retainer. She'll get that $250 an hour for a court appearance for sure.
But I think a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump. So it was an incumbent campaign.
Now, here's my thing, right? If you ask me, one of the initiatives for 2024, right, and beyond, 2028, right, 2028, one of the things that people need to do is these false narratives of things that they keep saying and making lies up and saying that these are things that black people want. We got to get rid of all that. We got to get rid of all that. You know what I'm saying? We got to get rid of all that. You can't be coming to MSNBC and listening to a panel like this and expect to walk away from it with accurate information of what quote unquote black people want. You cannot do that. We gotta get all that gone. We got to get all that up out the paint. That's got to go. We've got to purify that. That's got to get the purity of oblivion. And that should be one of the benchmarks for the next 4 years. We got to control our own conversation. We got to control our own polling numbers. We've got to factually debunk and dislodge a lot of this nonsense as alleged quote unquote facts and authorities on what we're doing. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely not. Shout out to Tia. Make sure y'all show Tia some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Tia for funding the organization for 16 months. Definitely appreciate it. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Standing on business for 16 months.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Yeah, now, and I agree. Shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact says they got streams where they've been interviewing blacks and others on the streets. And once I'm able to get my channel, you know what I'm saying, a little bit bigger, you know what I'm saying? Oh, we're gonna be on the streets interviewing people. We're gonna have them vlog videos. We're gonna be doing all that. We're gonna be doing all that. And then we're gonna be comparing what we come up with over here versus what other people are saying. We're gonna have detailed reports. We're gonna have all of it. And the thing is we're gonna have it. It's gonna be there. It's gonna be up to y'all, you know what I'm saying, to spread it, spread the word, you know what I'm saying, move the information, continue to demand accuracy on how things that we believe in and what we feel are our interests are discussed. The main idea is to make sure that anytime anybody wants to understand or know anything about what we got going on or what we're talking about, even if it's somebody that completely disagrees with me, it don't matter. You got to either come to me or you got to come to that person, but you cannot go to the mainstream media. They got to get blocked out and locked out. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, Rob, if the Dems lose tonight, they coming for all the black media on YouTube. They could. Hey, I guarantee you, one thing that they don't want to do, they don't want to have me on a panel. That's what they don't want to do. Shout out to DSM Sinister. Man, listen. I'm telling you.
Without being the incumbent.
With the benefit of 4 years, if people do it right. Yeah.
It's a bit of a revision. We don't have to argue about
No,
this. But it's a bit of a revisionist. It is a revisionist. So to me, that still is a messaging cultural thing and not actually a policy debate.
Okay,
that's what I would lightly dispute.
All right, well, Garrett Haake is at Trump Election Night headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. How's it going there, Garrett?
All right, now, I don't know if people are aware of this, but let me see something here. Trump actually is doing a speech. He's doing, I think, like post-election remarks or something like that. How many people want to take a quick look at that? If you guys want to take a quick look at the Trump post-election remarks, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick because I was actually just watching it. You know what I'm saying? Now, see, listen, man. Listen, man. I'm gonna start showing y'all some of this stuff that I be talking about comparing what be going on with the way that YouTube moves content around. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. I think it was on Fox, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was on Fox. Let me see. Trump post-election remarks. Let me see. I think that's what the name of that video was. Yeah, here it is right here. All right, let's get it. Because we got, hey, you know what I'm saying? We got all night. Right? We got all night. me see something. I don't think anything is going on. I'm gonna just show y'all this real quick, just so y'all can see it, and I'll have it up here, and then we'll get back to it. All right. Let me see. Caldona said post-election. I guess you would call it election day remarks. I guess because it's not quite over yet.
Yeah, you're not picking up a ton there. So if you're looking at this map now, just want to check votes are percentage here, 95% in Dane County, and these other blue counties around it. I'll hit them for you. You just see they're pretty small population-wise. I mean, not tiny, but again, you're at 95% Robb County, 95% Greene County, 92% Lafayette County. That one is a little bit smaller. So again, the map's getting really hard if you're trying to figure out can Harris come back in Wisconsin. And I would say simply that it comes down to that and those Milwaukee.
So they ain't got nothing going on yet. They don't have it going on yet up there, right? So let's go back to this. Let's go back to NBC and see what they're talking about. Let's see. Let's go back to NBC and see what they're talking about.
Lester, there's sort of a barely contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters. Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers from a crowd that has been filing in here, drinking beer, wine, and cocktails for some time now and is ready to celebrate. And I'll just say, anecdotally, it is a younger crowd. It is a younger crowd than other election nights I've covered, other Republican events that I've covered. And I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit.
Now, this is what I want to know, right? I want to ask you guys this question. When it comes to politics in 2024, what errors do you think that people made? You already know. Y'all already know I got a lot. I'm going to be like, listen, here go the whole list of everything that everybody did wrong. So y'all already know. That's what I'm about to read the rap sheet, right? But my question to you all is, regardless of who wins, right? Regardless of if Kamala Harris wins or if Donald Trump wins, what have we gotten from that? What have we learned from that? What are we going to put together and move forward and demand and get and go to battle and win with from this particular election? What do you guys think? And what do you think that we did wrong?
Polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young men who he has put so central in this campaign. You know, I think about the fact that just today when he was voting, he was asked by another reporter about what he thought one of the most important moments of this campaign was, and he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview and then subsequently got Rogan's endorsement, which he made a big part of his closing remarks just last night. It feels like a week ago now. Trump is talking to a different segment of America and has created a different electorate for Republicans than has existed in any other Republican race that I've covered. It's reflected in this room. I think we're seeing it reflected in the states he's putting together, just as you guys were just discussing about kind of what states are in play, what the map is going to look like now, and potentially for cycles in the future.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander, your counterpart over at Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. So what is the mood there?
Well, you can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks on the faces here over the course of this evening. They've been playing as the returns were coming in on one of the cable channels, and frankly, they weren't the returns that most of the people here in the room wanted. So you start hearing several dozen people start chanting, music, music. They muted the TV and blasted some music so they could sort of lift the spirits of some of the folks here this evening. I'll tell you, based on an attendee who was at one of the Harris events taking place at a hotel not far from here, the situation there, the scene was described as that of a funeral right now. Now, that doesn't mean this thing is over, but it does give you a sense.
Now they're talking about, now look, this is on, man, wow. This is on NBC. This is on NBC. On NBC, they said at the little hotel where Kamala Harris is at, it's looking like a funeral over there. Probably because Kamala Harris got on her black garb. Right, that's probably one of the things. But they saying it's looking like a funeral over there at the Kamala Harris camp. Why y'all think it look like a funeral out there?
Few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call. In Wisconsin, same story. Here we go. 75% of the vote in, a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call at this hour as well. Midnight on the East Coast. 15 votes up for grabs. They're too close. Arizona, too early to call. Just been counting for about 3 hours now. Out west in Nevada, also too early to call. And in Minnesota, we have too close to call. Democrats still feeling very good about their prospects there, but the margins are not at a place where we are ready to call that. Georgia, too close to call at this hour, too. We just discussed that. So that might be a ray of light for Kamala Harris, or perhaps a very a narrowing of her path to victory. We should mention, Tom, we have called North Carolina. That was the first battleground to call, and it stays in the red column for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I want to go through Pennsylvania now because we're starting to get more vote in Pennsylvania, and I want to focus on the east side of Pennsylvania here. This is 2024 right now. Look, a lot of the vote is still out, but let me show you 2020. You can see how much of this section was blue in 2020. Again, Biden won these counties. Now this is 2024. He's flipping counties like Monroe. Again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that, but he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, or at least picked the winner of Pennsylvania, going back to the Kennedy years. This is Easton. This is a fast-growing area, suburbs. It used to be the people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. It's now changing. Again, fast-growing suburbs in south central Pennsylvania. 52%, he's on top. Again, a reminder here, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. And this is new right now. This is Bucks County, 56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under Joe Biden, but not too bad. Chester County, 58 to 54. That's a bigger gap there. Again, remember, Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look at Philadelphia right now. Okay, 81 for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her, especially in Western PA, where Democrats knew they were going to have some trouble because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys.
Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Now, again, my question for you guys is, where do we go from here? What is the plan? And here's another thing, right? Regardless of who it is that wins, whether it's Trump that wins or whether it's Kamala Harris, even though it's looking like it's going to be Trump, regardless of who it is that wins, my question for you guys is, how are we going to weaponize that win and use it to crush any type of competition? Yeah, right. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Facts. Give them the monolith and the fuzzy wuzzy emoji. Facts. None of it worked.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has. Do you like fun fact alert? It's picked the president in the last 6 elections.
Yeah. So right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there. But look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because.
Now let me ask y'all this: whose crypto wallet is looking very nice right now? If your crypto wallet is looking very nice right now, throw some flames and some dollars in the chat.
It usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now, it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one, like I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state, 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in these cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters show up. Guys?
Yeah. Got a lot of vote to count there, though, in Wisconsin.
You could call it the Battle of the Bellwethers, if that's what you're looking at here. I also think Bucks County, I will take my Bucks County native privilege as somebody who grew up there. It's an interesting one.
Make sure y'all show Tia some love. Definitely appreciate it. Tia shared it. If everybody could share it, that would be great. If y'all haven't hit that like, that'd be great. If y'all haven't subscribed, hit that bell. That would be great. All right. And my question for you all is, going forward, right? Starting today being T-1, in order to be able to maximize from anything coming out of politics going forward in the future, what kind of content do you all feel would be the most important to focus on and have accurate documentation of for people to look at and make decisions based on? Let me know what you think in the chat.
because you've got lower bucks, central bucks, upper bucks, and it looks different in
Do
some
you
of
have
those areas.
Starbucks?
You also have
Sorry,
plenty of
it's after
Starbucks.
midnight. It happens.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
I love it.
I know.
I'll get the M&Ms ready too.
Yes.
But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here. And I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better. And we're starting to see it in some of these numbers in bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress. So it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching. And I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years in politics. Looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on. And Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue. And I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone.
Well, in the case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been so that's I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years. But with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges too, I think.
Point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the blue wall. But the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back. Voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics, after Republicans lost to Barack Obama, there was the famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said, it gave some tough love to Republicans saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we...
Now, I want you guys to, let's hold that thought right here. And we're going to look at this because these numbers have changed. All right. And we're starting to see some of that magic. All right, put the magic wands in the chat. We're starting to see some of that magic. All right. So I want y'all to take a look. I just refreshed the screen here. All right, and look where we are now. Donald Trump has 230. Kamala Harris has 210. All right. So what I'm expecting to see as of right now, what I'm expecting to see is I'm expecting to see a pause for Trump, and I'm expecting to see an interesting acceleration for Kamala Harris temporarily. All right. Shout out to Mina Jean. I definitely appreciate it. If you guys agree with Mina Jean, hit that thumbs up button and throw some thumbs up in the chat.
Are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he, got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
Yeah, that is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign.
And another thing that we're going to do is we're going to discuss all of these other quote unquote voting blocks. We're going to look at these other voting blocks. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact said, I like Psaki better than Jean Pierre. Hey, listen, all I got to say about Psaki is she did her job. You know what I'm saying? She was on the wrong side. You know what I'm saying? I really wasn't feeling her defending Joe Biden the way that she did, but she did her job.
No, right? There weren't policy proposals that were dueling. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 80.
Yeah, I agree. Right. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, I'm going to implement the beans and rice diet to invest more into crypto and diversifying the financial portfolio, international markets, etc. Yeah, facts. And what we're going to do is going forward, a lot of the content that we talk about is going to actually discuss that kind of stuff. All right. The more we're going to talk about more content discussing that type of stuff, which means we're going to be talking more about international markets. We're going to be talking more about cryptocurrency. We're going to be talking more about commodities, gold and silver. We're going to be talking all of that stuff, because one thing that I want to do is in 4 years, when the next election comes, I want I want the goal to be everybody who consistently watches the content to, at the very least, over the last 4 years, have made $25,000 each of the 4 years, so that when that fourth year comes, everybody has $100,000 of investment income, where we actually have a power base here. Blacklight Revelations. I don't care if other people don't want to get on board. I don't care who thinks it's a dumb idea. I don't care who thinks that cryptocurrency is a scam. That's what we're going to do over here. So we're going to be looking at commodities. We're going to be looking at cryptocurrency. We're going to be looking at futures, derivatives, everything, real estate, all of that, comparing, contrasting international markets, how they relate to the money, and building something from there. All right. If you guys think that that's a good idea, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. And what we're also going to do is we're going to study all of the proposals that all of the politicians make. And we're going to pay very close attention to what we can exploit and capitalize on the best, and encourage aggressive business to lock out and block out other people who are trying to be antagonistic or who are trying to be harmful to what we got going on. We start throwing some elbows. You know what I'm saying?
81-page economic plan, or what their other plan is, and that's a different
I disagree
conversation.
with you a little bit, Jen, on that.
Right.
I do.
Look. Yeah, look. Like, look at this. Yeah, I'm Black American. I've never ever in my entire life ever tried to hide behind anything other than the fact that I'm a Black American. Now, here goes my question. Who's gonna do something about who my mom and dad are? Who's gonna do something about that? Who's gonna do something about that? That's my question. I've been waiting for you to do something about it. Shout out to the people that's Black American in the chat. And shout out to everybody in the chat, even if you ain't Black American. You know we rock with you over here anyway. We ain't on the diaspora war, right? But if you are a Black American and you always been a Black American, it ain't no YouTube thing, throw some flames in the chat. Throw some flames in the chat.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So, I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record primarily prior to COVID and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign prior to the pandemic, I think we were down for a Democrat debate in Atlanta, and an African-American gentleman came up to me and looked around and said, "I like your guy because everybody's got work and our paychecks are going up." Now, COVID scrambled everything. But I think a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump. So it was an incumbent campaign without being the incumbent.
With the benefit of 4 years.
That's right. Yeah. It's a bit of a revision. We don't have to argue about this.
Yeah, you think people on YouTube think that because they don't like certain content creators, you're gonna hide being Black American, bro. Listen, man. Look, we one of the most open-minded YouTube channels on YouTube. We got one of the most diverse audiences on YouTube, but we Black American as hell over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, there's not anybody that comes over to my channel, that frequents my channel, that is going to be sensitive to any type of Black American shaming. We don't give a hell. Matter of fact, we'll take one of them collard greens right from out of that bathtub and wrap it right around your head. That's what we'll do.
But is it a revisionist? It is a revisionist. So to me, that still is a messaging cultural thing and not actually a policy debate. That's what I would lightly dispute.
All right, well, Garrett Haake is at Trump.
Shout out to Tarek being a like enforcer. Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers in the chat for Tarek. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Yeah, let's try to get them likes to 50.
Election night headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. How's it going there, Garrett?
Lesser, there's sort of a fairly contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters. Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers from a crowd that has been filing in here, drinking beer, wine, and cocktails for some time now and is ready to celebrate. And I'll just say, anecdotally, it is a younger crowd. It is a younger crowd than other election nights I've covered, other Republican events that I've covered. And I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young men who he has put so central central in this campaign. You know, I think about the fact that just today, when he was voting, he was asked by another reporter about what he thought one of the most important moments of this campaign was, and he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview, and then subsequently got Rogan's endorsement, which he made a big part of his closing remarks just last night. It feels like a week ago now.
So let me ask you all this: when it comes to Trump's campaign strategy, right? When it comes to Trump campaign strategy, would you say that he directly addressed white America by going on white independent media and talking to the people who run and operate those media organizations or those media entities? I find that interesting because somehow, I guess, in thinking that they're getting the vote or whatever it was that they thought that they were doing, right? The Democrats did not do that. They ignored it. And I'm trying to figure out, what did they think they were going to do? How did they think that was going to work out for them? And shout out to L12. Yeah, Bitcoin is going crazy. Facts. Facts. Now, we've been, man, look, again, shout out to, man, look, like I said, if you've been rocking with the channel for a long time and, you know what I'm saying, you've been chopping it up in Discord and, you know what I'm saying, messing with crypto and buying crypto, you definitely got a nice little bump right now in your wallet. You know what I'm saying?
Trump is talking to a different segment of America and has created a different electorate for Republicans than has existed in any other Republican race that I've covered. It's reflected in this room. I think we're seeing it reflected in the states he's putting together, just as you guys were just discussing about kind of what states are in play, what the map is going to look like now, and potentially for cycles in the future.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
Now, let me ask you this, because we gotta talk about this, right? What do you all think was the opportunity cost of people not investing in cryptocurrency, or people not taking the initiative to be able to take advantage of cryptocurrency during those downtimes in the market? Because even if you did it, you know, temporarily, and then you decided to sell today with all of the bumps in the market, depending on what your tax rate would be on the capital gains, you would still make a decent amount of money, right? You would still make a decent amount of money. Right? Shout out to my man Win Lose a Rug, bro. We cooking, bro. Them bags is up. Them bags is all the way up. Listen, shout out Win Lose a Rug, be in the Discord. He be chopping it up with us. Brooklyn Queen be in the Discord chopping it up with us. Carlton, Torian, KG. Hey, you know what I'm saying? People left money on the table. There hasn't a president has not even been decided yet, and you could be eating good right now. The whole eating good thing, that could be you right now. You know what I'm saying? That could be you. Look. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug. No, he my man, but we got to do it to him. We got to do it to him. Look at the percentages on the meme coins right now. Look at the meme coins. Look at Mog. Look at Bonk. You know what I'm saying? Look at Doge. It's just one. I want y'all to do this. Somebody do me a favor. There's a coin called GOAT. Somebody tell me how much GOAT has increased. Let me know what y'all think. Put it in the chat.
You want to go over to Peter Alexander, your counterpart over at Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. So what is the mood there?
Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob, give me something now so I can buy some right now. Look, now do not buy. Now is not the time. Do not buy anything right now. Don't buy anything. Shout out to James Hudson. What's good with you, bro? Do not spend any money on any type of investments right now. I would not do that right now. That is not the time. Now, let me ask y'all this in the chat. Why is right now not the time to buy any investments?
Well, you can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks on the faces here over the course of this evening. They've been playing as the returns were coming in on one of the cable channels, and frankly, they weren't the returns that most of the people here in the room wanted. So you start hearing several dozen people start chanting, music, music. They muted the TV and blasted some music so they could sort of lift the spirits of some of the folks here this evening. I'll tell you, based on an attendee who was at one of the Harris events taking place at a hotel not far from here, the situation there, the scene was described as that of a funeral right now.
You hear that? It was described as that of a funeral. It was so bad at the Kamala Harris events. It was so bad at the Kamala Harris places. They requested somebody to put on some music, and that's probably because they didn't have a performer because they got these people used to the performers. Right? And now they had to get some music to be able to tolerate it, and it's up there looking like a funeral. It's up there looking at the funeral. Now, here goes the thing, right? We actually, believe it or not, we actually gave the Harris campaign all of the tools that were necessary to secure a good amount of votes. Right? How many people would agree that if the Kamala Harris campaign had have actually came into hostile territory and done recognizance and research on content like mine, instead of deeming it as misinformation because it's sensitive and it makes them not feel good, if they had actually looked at some of the critiques that we had and said, you know what, these are areas that we're not hitting, maybe we need to, you know what I'm saying, come tighten some of this up. If they had actually done that, do you think that they would have had a better chance of winning? And shout out to y'all, man. Y'all are giving absolutely wonderful advice in the chat. Yeah. When the market is booming like this, when everything is a green light, do not get it. Do not get it. You know what I'm saying? Look at GOAT. GOAT is up about 58% right now, which is crazy. I was talking to TD on the phone earlier, and we was talking about cryptocurrency, and I was looking at my wallet. I was like, "Yo, what's up with GOAT? It's up 58%. I'm about to let me get rid of this real quick." You know what I'm saying?
Air.
Well, you can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks on the faces here over the course of this evening. They've been playing as the returns were coming in on one of the cable channels, and frankly, they weren't the returns.
Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said, the news I'm watching refuses to say black people affected the election. And one of the reasons why is because they want black people to believe, they want black people to believe that we have no influence and no power over everything. And as much as a lot of people say that, a lot of people will actually believe that, but do not believe that at all. Do not believe that at all. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug, bro. I agree. GOAT is absolutely a play. Absolutely a play. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dwayne Rose. Make sure y'all show Dwayne Rose some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Dwayne. Dwayne says, can you do a recap of the election coinciding with this evening's movement of cryptocurrencies? I don't know if I got rich or broke. More than likely, bro, unless you just bought all your cryptocurrency like within the last hour, you might not have gotten rich, but you probably got a nice little increase in your wallet balance. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Make sure y'all show Dwayne some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Dwayne for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. And shout out to Ryan. Make sure you guys show Ryan some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for Ryan for funding the organization.
Silence. I ain't got no money, pie. Got the money, y'all. There's poor people around. I'm rich, biatch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Now, see, look at what Tia said. Look at what Tia said. In 1 month, GOAT increased 200.95 points. And y'all can go check CoinMarketCap and look all this stuff up.
That most of the people here in the room wanted. So you start hearing several dozen people start chanting music. They muted the TV and blasted some music so they could sort of lift the spirits of some of the folks here this evening. I'll tell you, based on an attendee who was at one of the Harris events taking place at a hotel not far from here, the situation there, the scene was described as that of a funeral right now. Now, that doesn't mean this thing is over, but it does give you a sense of the way people are feeling right now. I was with Kamala Harris just yesterday as she was traveling through Pennsylvania at that late night event. Actually, it was just 24 hours ago. And she was with Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, Oprah Winfrey, and she said to the tens of thousands gathered that momentum is on our side. But clearly, there was a different message being communicated now in the form of that document that was obtained by NBC News. The statement sent by the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, saying basically that we always knew this race was going to be tight. And increasingly, it appears that they believe the blue wall states are their best path going forward at this time.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to J007. J007 says, I'm interested, but I don't know a lot about crypto. Do you share advice in the Discord? Absolutely. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise and Brooklyn Queen are constantly putting articles in the cryptocurrency section of the Discord. We always talk about it. We always kind of share, you know what I'm saying, coins that we're looking at that might actually give some good returns. And I'm going to let y'all tell it. Shout out to the people that are in the Discord. I'm going to let y'all tell it. When it comes to the discussions as far as it goes with the cryptocurrency on the Discord, how would you say that they've been for affecting your wallet? Let J007 know in the chat. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna let y'all tell it.
Time. That's what it seems to be the way this night is going to go for most folks here. It's not the end of the road. Jen O'Malley Dillon also saying we're going to keep at it tomorrow, but we wait to hear from Kamala Harris, of course, in the course of the next couple of hours. We'll let you know.
Jen, how important are notes like that? Not for our consumption, but for the consumption of the campaign.
Hugely important. I think people forget. I've been on winning presidential campaigns, and losing ones feels better when you win, just to state the obvious. But, you know, but, you know, this is a team that has been, many of them through a massive transition just 107 days ago, where many of them signed up to work for somebody slightly different. And Joe Biden, you know, it's been, they've been working 20 hours a day. They've been eating bad pizza, drinking bad beer, all of the things. And it's just to keep them rolling,
but at a
keep
moment
them
like
going.
this, but a moment like this, now we know earlier in the evening they were trying to keep them in line and all this, but now you're at a point where you have no control.
You don't. But you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up, because they are continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions. And they're still a part of this big team that's been working to elect Kamala Harris. They don't have control, but the end has not happened yet. And so they need to keep them all their spirits up. That's the
you see what I'm saying about Jen Psaki? Jen Psaki is a gaslight queen. She's if y'all is paying attention to what she's saying, she is absolutely explaining, like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, we lost. Things are looking horrible, but just fool everybody into thinking that things are going great. So everybody continues to work and just get their paycheck. And you know what I'm saying? Like, they just don't realize how badly they did. I'm telling you, if I ever have any type of issue, Saki and Saki Esquire is who I'm fitting to hire.
The goal.
You say the end hasn't happened yet. I mean, do you still hold out hope that there's a path? I mean, a reasonable path?
Well, look, I think it becomes, as I said earlier, more and more challenging as more results come in, and you see that the blue wall looks like the primary possible path. And as you see her underperforming Biden in a number of these counties, that makes it more challenging. Now, there are still, though, if you talk to Democrats, which I have, they believe there are votes that are still coming in Philadelphia. There are still votes coming in cities. That's often how these nights go. So I'm a believer you got to wait until you know. That's what happens internally here as well. But yes, if you're on the campaign right now, you're feeling pretty down, because there are places you wanted to have in your win column to give you more space and breathing room, and you don't have them in this moment.
As we talk about this idea of the Democratic brand, Jen, and as you've been having this conversation here, I just want to throw out a data point to the table here, because there is a ballot initiative that has just passed in the state that enshrines a right to paid sick leave and a higher minimum wage, and it passed with 59% support. If I were to say that, maybe you'd say blue state, probably,
California, right?
Missouri, right? A state that we called almost right away for former President Trump here, which I think speaks to what you're getting at here, this idea of a realignment in this moment. You've talked about it. Chuck's talked about it. We've had that conversation here at the table.
I also think Hallie had the opportunity to interview Vice President Kamala Harris, and you asked her a fascinating question. Do you think the country is ready for a Black woman president? And she said yes. And depending on...
Let me ask you guys this question. How much realistic weight do you all think is going into people's votes when it comes to that? Now, here's my thing, right? Now, and hear me out on this. I don't think that matters. And the reason why I don't think that matters is because I know that the majority of non-Black people are fully aware of Black sellouts, coons, and convertibles. And because black sellouts, coons, and convertibles exist, and because there's so many of them, I don't think that most people believe that there's any type of fear factor as far as a black person being in office or not. It's purely cosmetic. How many people would agree that when it comes to a quote unquote black leader anywhere in office, it's purely cosmetic? It's just another notch. It's just another check mark. If there was a black leader that actually was a black person that actually, treated black people like he was a part of black people, that person would be looked at as an anti-American traitor to the children of America. They'd hate him. They'd call him a socialist. They called him a Marxist. And more than likely, more than likely would get assassinated. And the person that assassinated him would be hailed as a hero, and they would make a statue of the person that assassinated him, and say that they would go in on that president worse than they are going in on Trump. So and because it's been so, these people are so loud, right? You got your Thomas Sowells, you got your Anton Daniels, you know what I'm saying? You got your Clarence Thomases, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got all these people. So everybody is aware that there's these type of people out there that are they're just dying to do this because they know that there's money behind it. There's popularity behind it. There's all these incentives to be a jester, right? It's a lot of incentives to do it, right? So I don't think that that's a threat anymore. And if it is, there has to be a distinction between what they're talking about. If Barack Obama was too out of control, he would be talked about in a different way than he's talked about now. What's that city council dude from Michigan that, you know what I'm saying, he just used to go in on people and he got all the viral videos and, you know what I'm saying, everybody loved him and he passed away? If a guy like that was president, literally no one, they would still be like talking about him in a hateful way, because that is how these degenerate animals do. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why people talk about pissing on the dead ops. It's not drill rappers that made that up. It's 70% of the United States. Less than 5% of the continental world. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. Eric Mays. Yeah, that's it. Imagine if Eric Mays was the president of the United States. Even if Eric Mays was the president of the United States and every single indicator of what he did and how he did it was beneficial to the United States, the children of America would have a fit, because that's just not how things are supposed to be. That's not the cosmetic. That's not the aesthetic. That's not in line with the program. So when people say, oh, I don't think the United States is ready for, quote unquote, a black female president, I don't think the United States cares, because the United States knows that anybody who gets into one of these political offices, they're going to be black in appearance only. They might not even actually be black. I mean, look what we're dealing with right here with this. So this is an illusionary question. This is a false question. Nobody's worried. Look at the black politicians. If people were worried about black politicians, we wouldn't have any. They realized that they got quality control running, right? And that these people have come off the quality control, quality assurance assembly line, and they're not going to be any type of threat. Which is one of the reasons why, if you ask me, politics is not effective to begin with. Nobody that's outside of quality control is going to progress anywhere in politics. And the reason why is because you can't be in line with all of these special interest groups and all of these lobbyists if you're on quality control. Somebody that's outside of quality control is going to be like, why are you telling me about Palestine when, you know what I'm saying, in the Midwest, all these neighborhoods is getting gentrified? Oh, there goes all your funding. So they're looking for the quality refined people, right? They're looking for that 80 to 95% quality control, refined people. They're not looking for the people on the fringes that's not quality controlled like us. So the people on the fringes like us have to have money. We have to have businesses. We have to have influence. We have to have power and muscle. We have to have soft, small methodologies that make big impacts, big, noisy, rough, ugly impacts, to where it's a constant reminder. You step over there on that trap gonna take your leg off. And every time you look down at them crutches, or every time you get out of that car, you're gonna remember what happened when you stepped on that trap. So then you're gonna think twice, because now you're gonna be not gonna have another leg. Theoretically, YouTube manual reviewer, right? People who are outside of American quality control, the best course of action would be to build resources, do commerce, and concentrate stepwise on specific initiatives to gain and preserve power and influence, and make sure that you show that you're not worried about any consequence of flexing that power and influence, and flexing that power and influence at any opportunity to show your strength. You got to be aggressive. You don't win anything being passive. And the only people that get to enjoy the benefit of being passive aggressive are passive aggressive people who have the resources and instincts to be able to be aggressive if the passive aggression doesn't work. That's not how we've been doing politics, and that's not how anybody except for me is telling people to do politics. You know what I'm saying? And this is one of the reasons why a lot of what I talk about has to do with resource acquisition and resource protection, and also resource weaponization. You got to be able to use all of this stuff to, if people, are trying to get in your way, you got to make sure you not only make sure that you clear a path, but you make sure that you clear a path right through them. And when you clear that path right through them, anybody that wants to come to you has to come through that path and look at all that grotesqueness of what you had to do to clear that path through those other people, so they get a nice orientation of how to deal with you. And then they can come on through and talk if they dare. And that's how it's got to be. It's got to be aggression. You guys know when people talk, you know what I'm saying? Like, and again, I don't want to use like no, popular talking point, but sometimes, talking points can be true. A lot of times when people are doing content, it's constantly what people did to us. It's constantly what people did to us. Why is it constantly what people did to us? Because for whatever reason, there's a lot of us that actually believe in the narrative. We just want to be left alone. And if everybody leaves us alone, then we'll be able to operate in peace. That is not how the world works. When have you ever seen a gazelle in the jungle get left alone? When have you ever seen a tree leaf get left alone? There is always something somewhere that is an antagonistic force that has its eye on you for whatever reason. And if you don't develop defense mechanisms, or if you don't develop aggression mechanisms to deter that kind of aggression towards you, yes, you're going to always get messed with. You're going to always get messed with. And people have declared a war against us. When people have declared a war against you, if there's a helicopter coming through dropping bombs or people sniping from the roof, how effective is that counter initiative going to be if you just say, well, these people are messing with me. These people keep shooting at me. Has anybody ever seen anybody win a war like that? Has anybody ever seen anyone survive like that? Who would train somebody to go operate into the world like that? I don't know who would train somebody to do that, but that's what has happened. We never hear any content like these people thought that they was about to buy this real estate and we just bought up the whole block, and we bought the whole block up and we put the block on ice just to make them mad. Just to make them mad. They thought they was going to buy this little strip over here and put up these malls. These people thought they was going to get these nail salons. Man, we bought that whole we bought that whole block, and I sent the message to my homie in city council, and my homie in city council made sure he zoned them out for the next 25 years. Aha. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Aha. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why is it that we never hear anything like that? Why is it that everybody wants to be these little goody two-shoes walking around in some damn penny loafers and tuxedos? That kind of stuff makes me sick to my stomach. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Big Juve Bankroll. Big Juve Bankroll said, if the Democrats had policies specifically for black folks, she would have won by a landslide. Stop doing everything for everyone else and stop deleting black people's needs. Shout out to you, bro. Here's the only thing, right? The Democrats are never going to have policies specifically for black folks ever. They will never do it. The Democrats will never do it. Anything that we feel like we need to get from a policy, the only people that will ever do it is us. And we'll never be able to do it in policy because the government is designed to destroy us. And the Democrats are part of the government. If it's something that we truly believe is a policy that needs to be enforced, we need to create the mechanisms to make the policy official amongst us. And we need to have the mechanisms and build up the mechanisms to enforce it. Because we expecting the government to do it, the government is only going to take your votes. You know what I'm saying? The government is only going to take our votes. We've seen this, right, with the Black Congressional Caucus. Look at how the Black Congressional Caucus gets down compared to everybody else. Look at these people on the news. Let me ask y'all this, and we talked about this the other day, right? Look at the Black Congressional Caucus and how embarrassing they are. Look at how spineless they are. They go in front of everybody and talk about black and brown. And I know people have to look at them like they're crazy. They got to look at them like they're crazy. Because as much as they sit there and say that, when it comes to the brown part never says black. So what that tells you, right? That tells you that the people that are supposed to be, quote unquote, looking out for you, they're not even looking out for you in the way of noticing that they're, quote unquote, not getting any reciprocity. And if you're not getting any reciprocity, you don't need to continue with a contract. You know what I mean? But for whatever reason, they do. So if you ask me, I feel what you're saying, bro. And if we lived in a system where that could be expected as something fair, I would agree and I would be 110% for it. But the data says that that's not true. The data says that either the Democrats or the Republicans will not do that. And my thing is, the more that we put that on blast and the more that we show that, that's going to put pressure, right? That's going to put pressure on both the Democrats and on the Republicans. Because as far as I'm concerned, anything that the Democrats have, all of the failures that the Democrats have done, the Republicans are guilty of the exact same failures. And the reason why the Republicans are guilty of the exact same failures is that they've been in the United States. They've seen what black people have gone through. If they wanted the black people votes, all they would do is do the opposite of what the Democrats are doing and deal with some of the disparities that black people have, and black people will overwhelmingly vote for Republicans. But they don't. The reason why a lot of black people are voting for Republicans now is because of trickle-down benefits, right? This is what Dr. Claude Anderson said about when white people catch a cold, black people catch the flu. So America is bad for everybody right now. So it's in everybody's best interest for it to be in a little bit better of a situation, right? But ultimately, once America recovers, it's not going to help. It's going to help us maintain. It's going to help us barely keep our heads above water. And it's going to help other people just skyrocket into wealth, skyrocket into being millionaires. And if you ask me, they can't be allowed to do that anymore. You know what I'm saying? They can't be allowed to do that anymore. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Jay Cage. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Jay Cage some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man, Jay Cage. Jay Cage says, cursed by bootlickers. Yeah, bro, facts. Super facts. I agree 100%.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Definitely appreciate it, bro. That's why, if you ask me, people are doing, like, as far as quote unquote gangs go and as far as groups of friends go, people should encourage their children to find friends with similar academic and economic interests. And that way the friends can grow together. And the friends can be able to, I'm gonna go over my dad's house, right? And I'm gonna be with my homeboy, and we gonna work at the business for a while. Then we're gonna go out and kick it, and we all gonna go out and kick it. You know what I'm saying? And my dad is gonna tell us about the advanced, the advanced parts of the business or whatever. Make it a legacy thing. Spending time with your kids should be, listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, you've turned 18 now, and I've been running this business, and it's time for me to start getting you prepared for you to take the MCAT or the LSAT, so that, you know what I'm saying, you can continue in this path. Or even if you don't want to be a doctor or whatever, you know what I'm saying, you can continue in this path, and you can still have a means of controlling the business. You don't necessarily have to be a part of the business, but you need to be able to control it. You need to make sure that it stays here in the family. You know what I'm saying? But people aren't doing that. People aren't doing that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug got a good point. Win, Lose, or Rug said, does money change the way a person views blackness? I think that for people who have a very low awareness of how the world actually works, it does. And I think for people who don't, they understand how money is integrated into the human psychology and the way that the human psychology works. A lot of this stuff comes down to classical conditioning, operant conditioning, positive and negative reinforcement. Money in most cases can be positive reinforcement. It can also be negative reinforcement. Say, for instance, like if a fine or something like that is levied. Now, the thing is that I don't know why this occurs, but if you listen to a lot of people, right? Not everybody, but if you listen to a lot of people, for whatever reason, prosperity is automatically associated with people who aren't black. It's not even to the point where people associated with white people anymore. It's just they associated with people who are not black. This is why I kind of tend to move away from that language, and I say non-black people. Right? Because if you ask me, this election shows you what time the quote unquote non-black people are on. And there's a lot more of them than there are of quote unquote white people. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as creating a bunch of people to be able to maintain the narrative and maintain the pressure and the war against us, they've created an infinite amount of soldiers from all over the world to be able to maintain that, right? So now the problem is spread just beyond them. So for people saying these things and speaking in terms of them, these are the reasons why people like Vivek Ramaswamy exist. And again, if you ask me, the turnaround time for the people who are supposed to quote unquote be our quote unquote thought leaders and stuff like that, they might talk about that stuff in terms of a blip, or they might talk about that stuff in terms of just mentioning it real quick, but they don't have any advanced reasons of why these things happen or any type of explanation for any of this type of stuff. And people need an explanation. People need diagrams. People need flowcharts. People need color coding. And you know what I'm saying? For the most part, it's not really there. And the reason why it's not there is because I don't think most people are even organized enough in their ideas or their ideology to be able to lay something out flat like that. The people who did it have already done it. You know what I'm saying? People like Dr. Claude Anderson, people like Neely Fuller Jr., they've already done it. You know, other people, for the most part, are unorganized and, you know, they just kind of, you know, do whatever when a thought comes to their head. And if you ask me, one of the big pitfalls that people see that occur is because of lack of organization. If you pay attention to anything in the reality that we live in, anything, the more complex, the more organized, the more capable. Right? You can see these patterns in the animal kingdom. You can see these patterns when it comes to, you know, polymers and different plastics. You can see these in machines. The more organized something is, the more capable it is, the more detail oriented it is, the more process oriented it is, the more capable they are. And people are they move like they're allergic to orientation and commitment. And until people put that as a priority, all of these questions that we'll continue that we're asking, we'll continue to ask. When you see a pattern of repeat questions, something is wrong. Something is wrong, right? Why do people go to study hall? The idea of going to study hall is if you miss certain questions on an exam, you're supposed to look at those areas of weakness and strengthen those areas so that you do better on the next test. That never occurs. Areas of proficiency are never assessed and tested. People just say anything. Whatever, there's no benchmarks, there's no goals. And if there's no benchmarks and no goals, it's almost impossible to see or tell how somebody has failed unless the utter failures are just horrible. And if the utter failures are just horrible, you can blame them on a number of things instead of pinpointing it down to where this problem lies. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Geek Surgeon. The Geek Surgeon says, Black Light. Godfrey the comedian said, an Asian mob boss said that. We got so much influence, we don't have unity. We can't even organize crime, is what he said. Bro, how many times have I said they don't even do crime right? Let me ask y'all this. Shout out to y'all. How many people have listened to my channel and heard me say they don't even do crime right? They don't even do crime right. You know what I'm saying? Instead of the criminals doing idiotic drive-bys because they're so stupid they won't even take any lessons to be able to learn how to accurately shoot a gun so that they can actually hit their target instead of hitting the little kids that come out of the school. You know, there could be a little kid that is about to become a doctor, and these worthless nobodies delete the little kid. If you were an actual gangster, if you were an actual criminal, you would remove the kid from the criminal element, pay for the kid's college, and develop the kid to be a leader, to be able to be a leader, to have a big business that you could wash your money through. But we deal with idiots. And because we deal with idiots, it's like driving with square tires. We're driving with square tires. I see on YouTube all these content creators, they think that they're going to change the world because they have differences of opinion with other content creators, right? None of these content creators, well, some of them are, but not the majority of them are really out there committing crimes and doing stuff like that. It's plenty of content on people that commit crimes every day that people could go in on, but they choose to ignore that, and they do content strategy and go in on the person on YouTube who they think is going to get them the most views to their channel because they're attention-starved, pathetic people. And attention is the only currency that they care about. Time is the most valuable asset and is wasted the most, which is insane. Time is one of the few finite, irreplaceable assets that you don't know how much you have. There's no way to account how much time that you have. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to know how much time that you have. You know what I'm saying?
And how this night goes, I think that will be one of the questions that gets asked as well.
This is the piece that, and again, we don't know what the outcome is yet, but I think when Hillary Clinton lost, a lot of people felt like, a lot of women, a lot of Democrats felt like there's never going to be a woman in my lifetime, right? And I think one of the things that is going to be a challenge if Harris loses is that there will be Democrats who will not want to take a risk on a woman, on someone who's diverse, because they'll think, I like that person, but the country's not ready. Here's the thing. The country's not ready until the country is ready with Barack Obama. There's a range of factors that lead to the win or loss of anyone, and we don't know what's happened yet, that will all have to be delved into, but I do worry about that if she loses.
We do know it is something that she leaned out of in her campaign, unlike Hillary Clinton in 2016. It was not something, she didn't open her stump speeches with that idea. I mean, she talks about it, and she talked about it with me. She's talked about it with all of you here too, that it would be the president for all Americans, and that she is sort of putting her head down and grinding it out.
But her if she loses, it won't be because women didn't turn out. It won't be because of women, right? It won't be because she pulled back a lot of the Democratic base that had gone away and were, double haters, as we called them for a long time, before there was a switch at the top of the ticket. And that is actually how Barack Obama also ran and won, which he didn't lead with the historic nature of his candidacy on his sleeve. There will be a lot of people who second guess that if she loses.
But if she loses, it may also be because there are tremendous headwinds in terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy. And even if inflation is down to 2%, sometimes the stuff you feel, your gas prices, your groceries, it doesn't feel that way. So that may also be the rationale.
That's exactly my point I was trying to make earlier, and you just did it in a more articulate way, which is that, there will be there always leads to conclusion in both parties when your candidate loses, or if they lose. And again, we don't know yet, but leap to different ones, right? The country isn't ready for a woman. The country isn't ready for a black woman, all of these things. But there are a lot of factors that play into the winner a lot.
Wheeler got me dead. Listen, bro, I'm tired. So real quick, we about to take a look at these results real quick, right? Look at this. Hold on real quick. My bad. Let me see. Hold up. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. So here's where we are right now. And I just refreshed the screen. All right. Presidential results. Trump, 247. Harris, 214. Now, it's getting down to it, right? It's getting down to it. It's getting down to it. So again, now here's the thing, right? Regardless of who wins, what are the immediate changes that people are expecting? Let me know what people, whoever gets what they want, right? Whether the people that wanted Kamala get Kamala, the people that wanted Trump want Trump. What are we gonna do with it? Shout out to AW1. AW1 says, yo, Rob, they already setting it up to blame us. Now, here's my thing, right? I'll go toe-to-toe with one of these people, right? Whoever. And my question is going to be, explain the pathway to how we caused Kamala Harris to lose. Because I'm going to tell you guys something. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all killed it on the super chats earlier. That's the reason why I'm able to do this stream right now. You know what I'm saying? No offense to y'all. No offense whatsoever. None. Because y'all know any support, even if it's watching, a like, a share, whatever, I appreciate, right? But I didn't have no super Zoom call where I got no damn $1 billion. That didn't happen to me. You know what I'm saying? And it's not because of y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's not because of y'all. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got a small YouTube channel. I don't have that much reach. I don't have that much influence. I don't have any type of machine behind me. I don't have the mainstream media and all these network connections to be able to set that up, to be able to do that kind of thing, right? I don't have that. How is it that with my little 36 subscribers, my little 36 people live watching me, I caused Kamala Harris to lose? Other people caused Kamala Harris to lose? People that might have 1,000, 2,000 people. We don't even, as far as, listen, there's this white YouTuber who's a right-wing YouTuber. His name is Depressed Ginger. I've been watching his content with the polling. The same way I watch Red Eagle Politics. I actually reacted to one of his videos before, right? I was watching Depressed Ginger earlier. That dude got 44,000 people live in his chat. You know what I'm saying? I was scrolling on YouTube. I seen Destiny was live earlier. Destiny got 40,000 people live in his chat. Now, Destiny is a leftist. Young Turks and all them is the leftist, right? Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Roland Martin. What is the failure of all these people with millions of subscribers? And I got a few thousand. I'm small out here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's YouTubers out there that like to be like, you know, we're a big thing. Well, I'm hey, listen, shout out to y'all, man. I'm gonna give you some, I'm gonna give you more game, right? Hey, look, I ain't never had to lie about size. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never had to lie about size because the performance, you know what I'm saying, always does the job, right? So, you know, I'm not a big thing out here. So my question would be, explain to me how that happened. And if that did happen, how about I got a deal for you? Look at all of what you had last election and you lost. Look at how little I have. And you think that I'm the reason why you lost. I say you fire everybody and pay me all the money that you was paying them. What y'all think about that? Go ahead and blame me. You'll find yourself out of a job. With facts. You know what I'm saying? With facts. And that right there it's that kind of stuff right there. That's one of the reasons why these people wouldn't even ever listen. Shout out to my man. We lit it. That's one of the reasons why the people would never. They don't want to. They would never want to tangle with me on a level like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to we lit to tell you. There's certain people in the world out there who have the ability to be one person armies. You know what I'm saying? And as an individual can give you a really hard time. I'm one of them people. They I'm telling you, I could have 1 million subscribers. They wouldn't even acknowledge me. They just wouldn't even address me. I'm trying to tell y'all, if it ever happens, y'all will see. Ain't nobody's gonna, you know what I'm saying? We just gonna be doing our thing the same way we doing over here. It's just gonna be a bigger chat, and you know what I'm saying, more people watching the videos, more comments. Y'all gonna have more people to chop it up with. That's really gonna be it. As far as any of this type of stuff go, ain't nobody gonna be messing with me and my team. Because they know that the moment you come and try to mess with me and my team, you're done. Because the way we're going to factually checkmate you is going to be irrecoverable. It's going to be irrecoverable. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said the news is really ratcheting up the fear-mongering. I'm not surprised, bro. I'm not surprised. Now, let me ask you guys this question. We just looked at the updated results. With these updated results, looking the way that they look, do y'all think that the Magi, do y'all think that is possible? If y'all think that the magic is possible, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down.
Loss. And I think if she loses, I'm hopeful people will look at the broad scope of where the country is, the cultural divides, the rural-urban divides,
the education divides.
The education divides. There are just a lot of factors that play in residential races.
I'll give you something that may be positive for you going forward. Should this all end the way we were talking, you know, if that's a possibility, you still have a very young, good bench in Governor Shapiro, the governor of North Carolina, the Gretchen Whitmer, who could possibly bridge that gap. And as opposed to saddling them with the L, if they would have joined the ticket with the vice president, or if they had replaced the vice president and become the nominee with 100 and some days out in a very difficult situation, I think you would have been weaker as a party for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think that if she loses and Donald Trump wins, there will be millions of people in this country who voted for her who will feel like we're in the state of an emergency. And I think that is how people will respond and feel. And they will be looking for hope, a resistance and opposition. And there are a lot of people in the Democratic bench. You mentioned some of them were in the Veep stakes we all lived through this summer. Some of them were not, who I would expect would all be out there on everybody's shows in the coming days.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that if she does in fact lose will be under a microscope, because of course there was so much discussion even over the summer about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
And you mentioned debate. We haven't really talked about that. There was no second debate. And you have to wonder how that affected the trajectory of this race, because by most accounts, he didn't perform well in his first debate with Paris.
True. And I also think that it throws into question a lot of things. I mean, I think anybody who watched that debate objectively felt she outperformed him in that debate. If she doesn't win, yes, there should have been a second debate, but do debates matter? They should matter. They're the public being able to see the candidates. She has a far superior ground operation that has been invested in across the country. The Republican state parties, you can disagree with me here, of course, are falling apart in many states in the country. That will throw into question, does that matter? It should matter, but it will throw that into question. So yes, not a second debate, not an opportunity for people to see them.
So let me see something. How many people heard Trump just won Pennsylvania? Did you guys hear that? If you guys heard Trump just won Pennsylvania, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. From what I understand, he has 265 electoral votes. This polling thing that I was looking at, it doesn't look like it's updated yet. But let me know if you guys have heard that. I'm about to try to update these other ones and see where we at. It's not showing those numbers yet. What it's showing now is 247 for Trump and 214 for Kamala Harris. Let me know what you guys' numbers are saying. Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said he won Iowa and Pennsylvania. It's a wrap. Shout out to We Lit. We Lit said it's over. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, he needs 5 more electoral votes to win. So they might be able to wrap this up tonight. We'll see.
Person to person, the first one definitely benefited.
I'm gonna fast forward this to the live part and see what they're talking about. Hold on real quick.
Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris. But the trend lines and the reason you're hearing this tone from Democrats and Republicans alike is the trend lines are indicating that it will be a Trump victory, but this has not been called yet. So you have the audience there waiting to hear from the former president. These are the uncalled battleground states. Those are the trend lines that we're talking about. Pennsylvania, a healthy Trump margin there with 94% of the vote.
There's a lot of people in denial. There's a lot of people in denial. There's a lot of people crashing all the way out. They're crashing all, man. Man. They are crashing out, man. Shout out to We Lit. We Lit said he about to speak. Let me see. Hold on real quick. I got this. Still got this. They still got this thing on. Yeah, they still got this thing. Hold on real quick. Let's see something. Fox News got 429,000 people watching live. All right, let me see. Let's go back. All right, let's get it. Hold on real quick. Shout out to my man, Manosphere Hall of Fame. What's good with it, bro? Manosphere Hall of Fame said, I got 50 to say they find $1 million. Manosphere Hall of Fame said, I got $50 to say they find 1 million blue votes in all battleground states overnight. Hey, it's not out of the realms of possibility, bro. You know, we've seen similar situations to that happen in the past. You know what I'm saying?
Vote in those states out west, Arizona and Nevada. We may not know about those for several hours now, and we are waiting. Wisconsin and Michigan kind of bringing up.
Oh yeah, we're gonna look at all the content. We're gonna look at all the crash outs. We're gonna look at all the crash outs on the other channel. What y'all think about that? Y'all want to look at all that? We're gonna react. We're gonna react to the crash outs on the reaction channel. We're gonna react to the crash outs on Reacts, and we're gonna react to the crash outs on BLR1. What y'all think? Yeah, they survive in denial. They survive in denial. You know what I'm saying?
We're there in terms of these Midwest, East Coast time zones. So we will continue to follow this. But Kamala Harris, I should mention, has gone home for the night. Cedric Richmond, who is the co-chair of the Harris campaign, came out.
Kamala Harris is doing 2 things right now. She's crying and she's flipping out on Doug. Shout out to my man, We Lit. Shout out to my man, We Lit. My man, We Lit said, I haven't drank in 4 months, and I'm currently drinking a Dub. Hey, I ain't mad at you. Tip something up for me. You know what?
Out and address the crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C., letting them know that she would address them and address the country, he said, tomorrow morning. Wednesday morning.
Look, hey, look, we gotta look. Shout out to my man, We Lit. We gotta verify something, bro. Weren't my parents the coolest parents in high school? Weren't my parents the cool parents? We Lit to tell you, man, my parents was the cool parents. Everybody loved my mom. I'm trying to tell y'all, man. We Lit can verify and validate that. Everybody loved my mom. Everybody loved my dad too. Everybody was just scared of him, but you know what I'm saying? Everybody loved my mom, though.
it is Wednesday morning here on the East Coast, but in a few hours from now.
Yeah. And we should, it's
Man, I'll tell you, man, my mom's so cool, man. My mom is so cool, man. Oh, man, my mom is so cool. She crazy as hell, though, but she cool, though. You know what I'm saying?
worth noting in 2016, after his victory, he appeared in the 2 a.m. hour to make his remarks. And we are in the 1 a.m. hour, and we saw that motorcade a bit earlier crossing the bridge in West Palm. But we don't have any timing as to when we may hear.
Well, we know we won't hit traffic because of the hour and also the motorcade, but we are expecting him. And we've been talking about, you know, what tone he might strike. And also, I mean, Mark Lauder, you were there, you know him. If you, let's just pretend he listens to his advisors, what would you advise him to say tonight?
I would outline what we have to get done. And
yo, speaking of Xenomorph, shout out to Cameron. Have y'all been getting a lot of Xenomorph, Alien, Romulus, like YouTube shorts and stuff like that? Like if a Xenomorph or if a face hugger jumped on Wolverine, or like if a face hugger jumped on Venom. Have y'all been getting them videos on YouTube a lot? Win Lose a Rug said Kamala going back to Canada after this. She probably done wrapped up a collard green in a blunt and smoked it, and didn't realize she wasn't supposed to do that.
First off, we have 74 days, if I'm going off my quick math, before you actually take the oath of office. So I would obviously want to get right to work. You would obviously praise your staff. Unlike what you would normally do in a traditional speech this way, you will have not talked to your opponent unless something strange happens between now and then, and she calls, they reach out and call. So you're not going to be able to say anything along those lines.
I think I got this feeling. Now, you know, y'all can let me know how y'all feel about this. I got this feeling that like there might be, you know, I think there's like these requirements and things that people have to follow, these guidelines. I think that Kamala Harris might have some consequences for losing. You know what I'm saying? I think it might be some nasty work for Kamala Harris for losing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, yeah, I subscribe to the channel. I love Aliens. Yeah, I've been watching I watched the Aliens franchise, you know what I'm saying, for a long time and followed the story. You know what I'm saying? It'd be nice if they tied everything together with the Predators, though. It'd be nice if you know what I'm saying? It'd be nice if they make a movie with the Wayland Corporation interacting with the Predators in the same way that they kind of interact with the Xenomorphs. I really don't like face huggers, though. I really don't like I don't like none of them. I don't like the aliens. You know what I'm saying? Like I like when it comes to like certain things, like I do not like Xenomorphs. You know what I'm saying? I don't like Xenomorphs. Oh, shout out to We Lit. We Lit said he didn't win PA yet. So it's just projected. It's just projected. Yeah, I don't like Xenomorphs, man. I don't like Xenomorphs. I like Xenomorphs make me, they get under my skin. Like it's not, I don't like Xenomorphs like, you know, oh, like I'm scared of Xenomorphs or like anything like that. It's like I want to get at Xenomorphs. Like this, like the way that they got face huggers, and you know what I'm saying, like the way that they be, you know what I'm saying, like they face hug a human and do the chest buster thing. I want to do that kind of thing to the Xenomorphs. Like the Predators, when the Predators catch the Xenomorphs, they don't do them dirty enough. They don't do it like Xenomorphs need to be done dirty. Like they need to be done dirty, and they don't get done dirty enough. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Geek Surgeon. Shout out to We Lit. 94% of the votes in. Oh yeah, it's done. He's not. That's that. He may as well call that. You know what I'm saying?
And then ultimately, I think, especially if it looks right now, you may not hold, but you're leading in the national popular vote. That's something that you have not done. It's something only one Republican president, has done this century. You have a mandate. And
what is the mandate? Because he didn't run to the center. I mean, he ran to the base, and the base, it seems poised to elect him. So what would the mandate be if you're him? What is it the mass deportation? Is it, you know, the tariffs,
Look,
for example? I mean,
that's not true. Shout out to Key 5. Is that Sinestro? Is that Sinestro that you got there? Shout out to Sinestro, right? Nah, that's not true. Listen, you can have or you can create alkaline blood. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tabitha. What's good with it? You can create alkaline blood. I'm telling you, I want to create some alkaline blood. You know what I'm saying? Or some hydrogen peroxide blood. You know what I'm saying? And have some xenomorphs hunting. And you know what I'm saying? They think that they got the drop on me by cutting me, and I bleed on them, and they just start bubbling up. You know what I'm saying? And then I got my own. Like, well, there's got you've got to come up. You've got to come up with some type of grotesque. See, because if you ask me, like the xenomorph, the face hugger, and the chest buster, that to me, like, that's reminiscent of like some type of hatred that they have for humans. Like, just you ain't just killing somebody or harming somebody in a way where you just taking them out easy. Like, you got this whole like crazy wild like process. Nah, like I'm not feeling that. Like, you finna get a process too. You know what I'm saying? Like there should be some type of mechanism where, you know what I'm saying, like you could just go inside of a xenomorph's head and just, you know what I'm saying, like it's some type of negative goo, and that negative goo can just basically like melt the xenomorphs. Like they just kind of fall apart, like how them engineers fell apart at the beginning of Prometheus. Or like some like if the xenomorphs got the chest hugger, like we'll come up with, or the chest buster, we'll come up with the head buster. You know what I'm saying? And you would apply the alkaline goo to a xenomorph by having like a tongue grabber or something like that. So as soon as they stick that tongue out or whatever, you know what I'm saying, like it'll be some type of mechanism that latches onto the tongue and pries the mouth open and delivers the mutagen into the xenomorph in an alkaline solution that just dissolves the xenomorph the entire time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler says they got a comic out now of Aliens versus Avengers. Your boy Apocalypse fighting the army of Xenos single-handedly. Embrace villainy. Why is he even fighting the Xenom? Why is he even helping the Avengers? You know what I'm saying? Now don't let Mr. Sinister or High Evolutionary get a little piece of that black goo. You know what I'm saying? They gonna know what to do with it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like Apocalypse ain't nothing but like for real an engineer. You know what I'm saying? Any type of organic life is susceptible to being harmed by a xenomorph. You got to fully become like metallic, or you got to be metal. You know what? Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think Apocalypse is one of the victims of the techno-organic virus, but he didn't fully convert. You know what I'm saying? So that's interesting. I'm curious how the xenomorph, I'm curious how the mutagen would work in that way. You know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure, though, Apocalypse is a victim of the techno-organic virus. He one of the original victims of the techno-organic virus. You know what I'm saying?
He's been very clear about his policies.
I think first and foremost, it'll be energy, the economy, extending the tax cuts, and then I think you will get into illegal immigration. I think.
Man, look at the white dude and the black dude with the same haircut, man. Did y'all see? Look.
Donald Trump, who's expected to speak at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Battlegrounds remain to be called, and so there still is a narrow path. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, but the trend lines and the
look. Shout out to We Lit. We Lit said, man, they killing Kamala on NBC. I'm not surprised, bro. I'm not surprised. And yo, make sure y'all show We Lit some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for We Lit for funding the organization for 2 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said he's not. They invaded Earth, sent by some aliens who launched them to Earth. That's interesting. Patrick said, no, he created it, but he's not infected. I think there is a Marvel universe where he's infected. The original Apocalypse, whatever the original universe is, he might not be infected with it in the original universe, but I'm pretty sure there's some storyline that crosses over where Apocalypse does have a techno-organic virus. Don't quote me, though. You know what I'm saying? Don't quote me. Look, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, bro. I would straight if I got infected with the techno-organic virus, bro, I'm not getting no treatment for it. I'm letting that shit fully do what it do.
The reason you're hearing this tone from Democrats and Republicans alike is the trend lines are indicating that it will be a Trump victory, but this has not been called yet. So you have the audience there waiting to hear from the former president. These are the uncalled battleground states. Those are the trend lines that we're talking about. Pennsylvania, a healthy Trump margin there with 94% of the vote in. Those states out west, Arizona and Nevada, we may not know about those for several hours now, and we are waiting. Wisconsin and Michigan kind of bringing up the rear there in terms of these Midwest, East Coast time zone. So we will continue to follow this, but Kamala Harris, I should mention, has gone home for the night. Cedric Richmond, who is the co-chair of the Harris campaign, came out and addressed the crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C., letting them know that she would address them and address the country, he said, tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning. Well, it is Wednesday morning here on the East Coast, but in a few hours from now.
Yeah, and we should, it's worth noting in 2016, after his victory, he appeared in the 2 a.m. hour to make his remarks, and we are in the 1 a.m. hour, and we saw that motorcade a bit earlier crossing the bridge in West Palm, but we don't have any timing as to when we may hear.
Well, we know we won't hit traffic because of the hour and also the motorcade, but we are expecting him. And we've been talking about, what tone he might strike. And also, Mark Lauder, you were there, you know him. Let's just pretend he listens to his advisors. What would you advise him to say tonight?
I would outline what we have to get done. And first off, we have 74 days, if I'm going off my quick math, before you actually take the oath of office.
She gonna cry when she get to the car. From what I understand, they just called it. Hold on, let me. I'm about to see if I can find the article real quick. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. If y'all haven't hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. So Patrick might not crack that bottle open tonight.
I would obviously want to get right to work. You would obviously praise your staff. Unlike what you would normally do in a traditional speech this way, you will have not talked to your opponent unless something strange happens between now and then, and she calls. They reach out and call. So you're not going to be able to say anything along those lines. And then ultimately, I think, especially if it looks right now, you may not hold, but you're leading in the national popular vote. That's something that you have not done. It's something only one Republican president, has done this century. You have a mandate. And
what is the mandate? Because he didn't run to the center. He ran to the base, and the base, it seems poised to elect him. So what would the mandate be if you're him? Is it the mass deportation? Is it, the tariffs, for example? He's been very clear about his policies.
I think first and foremost, it'll be energy, the economy, extending the tax cuts, and then I think you will get into illegal immigration. I think you will get into.
Did y'all see the black dude and the white dude with the same haircut? That's what I was trying to get to.
And some of those other areas, but ultimately, I think that's first where you go. Also, will depend on if you have the house. If you have the house and the house comes with you.
Shout out to Karen. Karen said, now she can start a cooking show and teach me how to mess up my drywall. She's gonna have that odor. She's gonna have that odor baked all the way in. You know what I'm saying? Karen said she can start a show showing people how to bake in that odor.
Then you have obviously both chambers. You'll have unified control. And that changes a lot.
He will effectively be a one-term president.
Shout out to Patrick, bro. That's facts. It's gonna be so many people saying they told people this and they told people that. I told you this, I told you that. All these people that are gonna say that they told people this and told people that, they made no hard commitments. You know what I'm saying? All they made was soft estimates that are flexible to where whatever happened, they would be able to say that I told you. Bro, listen, what did we say from the jump? We said it wasn't no mathematical pathway for Kamala Harris to get to the presidency. We said it off the top. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else just did the speculation. Everybody else just said, we don't care. You know what I'm saying? Yada, yada, yada. Everybody else just ride the fence, forget everybody, all of this. Nah. You know what I'm saying? Nah. We said it wasn't no mathematical pathway. Straight up. That's what we said. Ain't no mathematical pathway for Kamala Harris to win. There's no number route that shows her being able to win where she is right now. Nobody else said that. Everybody else, you know, based on how she campaigned and, you know what I'm saying, you know, she didn't do nothing for black people, yada, yada, yada. Nah, we ain't doing none of that. We ain't doing none of that. Kamala Harris ain't got no mathematical pathway. That's what we did over here. You know what I'm saying? That's what we said. We said that. We rode with it, went the entire way. Told y'all them polls didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is. Now it's gonna be a whole bunch of other people. Oh, you know, she didn't campaign to black people the right way and yada, 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 and this, that, and the other, and yada, yada, yada. Nah, man, that I get it. Yeah, but you need to know exactly what's going on. And what's going on is she ain't had no mathematical pathway. And that's how stupid the Democrats are, because Joe Biden actually had, I don't think that Joe Biden would have won, but he had a better pathway of being able to secure more votes than Kamala Harris did. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, it didn't make sense to me why they took Biden out. You know what I'm saying? Other than the fact that, you know, Biden can't hardly think, but people put him in the first time and he couldn't hardly think. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, look, it ain't happening. And this is what I'm saying. This is the whole thing about the quality control. If you pay attention to the data and you got the calculations on your side and you got all the numbers on your side and all of the logic is lined up, it don't matter what other people say. Shout out to your man. They finna call it for your man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody throw some red dots in the chat for TD. We got to throw some bottles popping for TD. TD man won. Shout out to Untried Genius. What's good with you, bro? Good to see you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Shout out to TD, man. Congratulations, TD Media Group. You know what I'm saying? TD Media Group, at the very least, is going to have another wonderful 4 years of being able to grift it up. You know what I'm saying? Just off the fact that Trump is going to be the president. So shout out to them pockets for TD. You know what I'm saying? We know what your pockets looking like now, bruh. You know what I'm saying? You ain't getting none of your comments read no more unless you send them. You got that red hat. You got to send them green dollars. You know what I'm saying? Got that red hat. You got to send them green dollars. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. No, but that's, hey, man. Hey, I'm glad to see that you got, you know what I'm saying, you know, what you've been working for this entire time, man. And I'm extremely happy for you. You know what I'm saying? That's what's good. You know what I'm saying? I'm really happy for you. You know what I'm saying? That is what's good. All the hard work that you put in, you know what I'm saying? All the content that you did, all of the, you know what I'm saying? All of the hard work and dedication that you do, that you've been doing all these years. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. Congratulations. You know what I'm saying? If we had some champagne and some bottles, we definitely popping some bottles. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not getting them from China. You know what I'm saying? I'm not getting them from China. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brill. What's good with it, bro? What's good with it? Yeah, I heard she left early though, man. She mad. Somebody about to have hell to pay. Her and Doug gonna get divorced. That's over with. You know what I'm saying? That's done. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to the Geek Surgeon. Hey, so what's the jackpot on Poly Market for a Trump win? How much would you make based on what you put on there? Because I'm telling you what, I'm paying it. Like, listen, I'm paying attention, man. Look, man, look. I'm never going to Vegas or anything like that. No casino again. I'm betting everything on Poly Market. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Untried Genius. Untried Genius said, now we about to go right back to talking about benign neglect. I think a lot of people are, bro. I think you're absolutely right on that. I think now what you're going to see is a lot of people who didn't want to take a position, but a lot of the people that will sit back and, talk about both candidates and not offer any solutions to anything. Those people are going to sit back and they're going to, scrutinize the Trump presidency and say, oh, this, that, and the other with Trump and this, that, and the other with Trump. And see, this is why, Trump ain't for us and this, that, and the other. Listen, I think that everybody knows that Trump ain't with us. You know what I'm saying? Like TD, wants Trump to win the election, right? Mainly because of the issues that he talks about on his channel with the migrant crisis. But you ain't never heard in none of TD's, in none of TD's comments, oh, Trump is going to do this specifically for black people. Now, mind you, he got that drop. Just so everybody is aware, I don't care what your history book said. The best president for black people since Abraham Lincoln. You know what I'm saying? Like, besides that, like, Trump ain't never said, like, yo, I'm finna do this, I'm finna do that for y'all. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, though, this is what I'm saying. Like, what people got to be aware of is people got to be aware of what's going on in politics and what can be exploited from politics. We got to exploit politics. Most people just looking to sit around and cry about some shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Blade. Most people just trying to sit around and ice skate uphill. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, no, Rob, Dems are going to double down on not helping blacks. They have to lose more elections first. Yeah, I agree. And honestly, I think they've lost a lot of elections. You know what I'm saying? And in this particular election here, I don't know. I think, how is the House looking? The House might flip. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brill. Brill said the platinum plan don't count. You know what I'm saying? The platinum plan is kind of like Kamala Harris's plan for black men. It's a plan that's for everybody, that's based on Trump era policies. That's not specific to black people. But here goes the thing. Yeah, we got it. No one helps blacks. That's American policy. We have to do it ourselves. We got to come to that realization. Both of these parties are at war against us. We have to be able to build up mechanisms, tools of mass destruction, and tools to be able to defend for mass warfare. Oh, it did flip. So everything is red, right? All red, everything. That's what we're working with. The Senate red, the president red, the people that voted for him red. No, I'm just playing. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? We got to exploit the Trump presidency. We got to take it to Trump. Give us this. Yeah, this is shout out to Jay Cage. Jay said bloody. Yeah, the Cardi B gonna be sitting up there saying this is bloody news. You know what I'm saying? This is bloody news. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Cardi B about to have a fit. I can't wait till she go live complaining. I can't wait. I'm about to enjoy that. It's Cardi B hilarious to me. She be cracking me up. You know what I'm saying? Oh, she about to go off. She about to have her house robe on and her bonnet on and a glass of alcohol. She's about to flip out. And TD gonna be tarrying about it. You know what I'm saying? TD gonna tarry us through the next 4 years. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna carry us through the next 4 years. He gonna tarry us through the next 4 years. Yeah, facts, bro. Shout out to Untried Genius. Like, just because Trump won don't mean that it's time for people to act like they don't have no sense and not say anything. And then after 4 years of him being in office, he didn't do nothing for us. So at the same time, like, ain't nobody really push up on him. Yeah, shout out to Brill. Brill said retarded B. Hey, we about to have to use that. Shout out to Brill. We're gonna definitely have to use that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Key. Shout out to Sinestro. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sinestro. I agree, bro. And even if we don't, we'll have it on document like, yo, we came to you with this and you got XYZ amount of votes. You can't keep sitting up there and saying, I got the black vote. You know what I'm saying? You can't sit up there and keep saying the black people, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a better president for the black people than Abraham Lincoln. You're going to get held to that. You're gonna get held to that standard on an OCD level that you ain't never. The OCD level that you about to get held to is a higher scrutiny than what artificial intelligence could hold you to. Listen, look, right? Shout out. Look, hey, Brill. Shout out to Brill. Brill said gas in Ohio going back to $1.25. Look, and gas everywhere else going back to the prices that Ohio gas is at right now that we complaining about. Hey, if he do it, that's what we want, right? If he do it, that's what we want. Here, if he does it, there goes a pathway for another Republican to be able to get votes, and there go a pathway for us to be able to get a little bit more, chip off a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know how the Democrats feel. Like all the shaming, all the failed nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Let me hold on real quick. If y'all haven't smashed that like button, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to check this out. Yeah, they're gonna be big time crash outs. And shout out to Untried Genius. Untried Genius said that's what I've been saying. If we show ourselves as a reliable constituency, the Republicans will react. Well, and here's my thing. And even if we don't, now we'll have a track record to be like, this substantiates everything that we've been saying. So then this justifies the way that we move going forward. And then the way that we move going forward is we make life extremely hard for everybody. We make life very difficult for everybody until our lives become easier, or everybody just gonna have a difficult life together. You know what I'm saying? Since they want everything together, we all gonna have a difficult life together. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why they thought Kamala Harris was. It still just boggles my mind. And shout out to TD, because TD has said this and he suggested this. The Kamala Harris candidacy had to be a test or a spoof or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Pennsylvania said CCC. We about to wave that magic wand. We ain't got time for that. We about to call it for Kamala. We ain't doing this. Kamala won. You know what I'm saying? That's what they saying over there in PA. I bet you Roland Martin having a heart. Who having the best meltdown right now? Let's look at some meltdowns. Who melting down right now? Who looking like the wicked snitch of the West? You know what I'm saying? I know somebody having a meltdown. Shout out to Main Chick. Who having a meltdown so we can watch them and help them melt down even more? We ain't doing this. It's next election. Oh man, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Facts. We about to make another channel. It's about to be called the Crash Out Report with Robb and TD. We about to put 3 or 4 videos on there. Then we ain't never gonna make no more videos again. Oh, that channel about to go in spurts. We about to do a video every week consistently, you know what I'm saying, for 3 months, and then that shit just gonna disappear and die down. You ain't even gonna be able to find it in the algorithm no more. Then we just gonna pop up doing videos on it again. Y'all know how we do. Oh man, y'all know how we do. They mad. They still trying to figure out what DEI is. You know what I'm saying? Somebody up there dancing around like how Pinky was dancing around. I know somebody doing the 360 just like how Pinky was. They said, I swear to God, if you You mentioned Trump one more time, man. Could you imagine? I want to see Pinky flip out on Trump derangement system, like on Trump derangement syndrome. Could you imagine if Pinky was voting for Kamala Harris and he found out Trump won? He would blame. Hey, he would blame Ice Cube too. Oh, he about to be on stage in a minute. All right. Hey, who trying to listen to? Who trying to see what Trump talking about? He about to be on stage in a minute. Hold on, let me find this real quick. Listen, I'm about to. I'm gonna tell y'all, man. I'm telling y'all this right now. Shit. I'm telling y'all this right now, man. I'm going in on everybody overtime. 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 You know what I'm saying? Man, we're listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Let me ask y'all this question. When have black people ever actually gotten the quote unquote approval or quote unquote the invite or the quote unquote blessing, quote unquote, of actually being considered part of the American population, part of the American people? We've never been celebrated. We've never been invited. We've never been inducted. We've never been any of that. We've never been any of that. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen finna get all. She finna get all the drops. She finna get all the drops. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Brooklyn Queen said, I was running errands and missed the telethon. Hey, listen, you know what I'm saying? As long as the wallet is open, you never miss the telethon. You know what I'm saying? And the kitchen is always open.
In Springfield, there's poor people around. I'm rich, bitch.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
Silence, silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mumra, the ever-living!
Mumra is a human protecting Earth from a cat invasion. That's what happened if you don't eat the cats. They turn into Thundercats and take over the Earth. And then next thing you know, they're making you look like the bad guy for protecting your home.
And Kaylee, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcasts. It is, you know, if there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
Now, again, who they want, it's said in the language, right? Shout out to Church. What's good with the Church? Church said Thundercats. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Now, Panthro was a brother, if I'm not mistaken, right? Panthro was the brother Thundercat. You know what I'm saying? Now, I like that Panthro was the brother Thundercat, though, because he was the smart one. You know what I'm saying? He was the smart one. You know, they always got a quote-unquote smart character. You know, with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it was Donatello. You know what I'm saying? Who was the smart character? On Transformers, it was Perceptor. You know what I'm saying? It was Perceptor. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen has said she conceded. You know she ain't gonna. That's not the modern woman way. She's not gonna concede. She's gonna have to be. She's gonna have to be told it's over. Doug gonna have to snatch her up. It's over. You know what I'm saying? It's you lost. You know what I'm saying?
Going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for president? Is it J.D. Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it J.D.
Now,
Vance?
here's the thing, right? Check this out. Now, this is what people should be planning for, right? If you ask me, I think somebody like a J.D. Vance or a Ted Cruz or even possibly, depending on how much, you know what I'm saying, ass he kisses, Vivek Ramaswamy, right? These are people who are going to be viable, possible candidates in the next 8 years. We need to be able to have a full set of receipts on all of these people. We need to be able to have the pressure put on all of these people. We need to have built up a record of pressure on these people so hard that they cannot avoid us. And we need to be able to go like directly to their face. You know what I'm saying? Talking around the issue, you know what I'm saying? Like all of that kind of stuff, all of the things and the ways that people have done this kind of stuff before, it doesn't work. And see, here's the thing, right? When you see the coded language, right? Oh, you know, the real Americans, the American people, the Americans like the South African guy, Elon Musk, the Americans like Joe Rogan, who, you know, would take a $100 million contract from Rumble to say the N-word. It's time to go. It's time to bang. It's time to bang. You know what I'm saying? It's time to bang. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler said, Rob, run that shit again. I'm in a good mood so far. Now in 4 years, Trump is out and the Dems are going to be like, we can get that black monolith back. Watch they put an FBA male on the ticket as vice president. Listen, let me tell you something. If you ask me, that's one thing that we need to make it so that they're not, if an FBA person is on the ticket, we put him on the ticket. They're not putting anything anywhere, you know what I'm saying, unless they pay the tax. You know what I'm saying? Unless they pay that, unless they pay that cat tax.
In Springfield,
there said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines. I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And the cat got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Y'all got me dead. Shout out to Teriyaki. Teriyaki said Kamala Harris is losing. I was looking forward to jacuzzi greens. Yo, she gonna be riding on them collard greens. She gonna be riding on them collard greens like a street frog. Y'all remember that cartoon? She gonna be riding on them lily pads like a street frog. Y'all remember the street frogs? Oh man, y'all might be too young to remember the street frogs, man. I ain't talking about the Battletoads neither. I'm talking about the street frogs. Y'all remember? Y'all don't know who know about the street frogs. Y'all don't know nothing about the street frogs. They looking at them poles like, no, oh, no. Oh man. Sheathcliff, she's the one. Right now, she's not having fun. She looking at them poles and she's saying no. She just can't believe it's time to go. No. Oh, man. See, look, here go the street frogs right here. You know what I'm saying? Street Frogs Part 1, keep rapping. Black exploitation TV at its finest. You know what I'm saying? This is black exploitation. This is this is black exploitation TV at its finest. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Main Chick. She said you better thank a union member. Facts. Facts. They better thank Dominion voting machines. Oh, I bet you they mad at Dominion, bro. They mad at Dominion right now. They mad at Dominion right now. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. That is hilarious. Oh, shout out to Tia. Tia said OnlyFans for Kamala. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Patrick. Yeah, the Street Frogs, bro. Y'all got to check out the Street Frogs, man. Now I remember it was some shark cartoon, but I thought it was called like the Tiger Sharks or something like that. Who remember the Ghostbusters with the face on the car? See, everybody remember the real Ghostbusters, but don't nobody remember the Ghostbusters with the face on the car. That's some old shit for real.
That picks it up. There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts, as much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck, or President Trump at McDonald's? These viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation.
Hold on, real quick, man. Is Trump talking yet? Let's go here.
You can vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president. The presidential race was not a proxy for your position.
Shout out to Black Knight Discussions. Yep.
By the way, somebody sent me the statistics.
Yep, that's who I'm talking about, bro. Which one? Hooked. Shout out to AW1. Hooked on the Brothers. That one. They had the Mario Brothers, the Hooked on the Brothers intro, and they had the Club Mario. Remember that little dude that was on Club Mario? Shut up, Tommy. This is my show now. Remember that? Oh, man. Yeah, with Primeval. Yeah, that's him. Who remember the Inhumanoids? Inhumanoids. The evil that lurks. Who remember that? Y'all don't remember the Inhumanoids? Yo, the Inhumanoids was lit. Y'all remember Decompose? I think Decompose might have actually been scarier than Mum-Ra. I think Decompose might be scarier than Mum-Ra. Look, Kamala Harris finna deliver some remarks on the election tonight too. We definitely finna see what she said. I wonder if she's gonna have Cardi B say something. Oh, it's in 6 hours. She gonna talk this nonsense in 6 hours. We're gonna see what she say. You remember Club Mario? Shut up, Tommy. This is my show now. Remember that shit? Oh, man. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I just watched that shit like 6 months ago. It popped up on YouTube and I watched it again. Bro, I watched that as a child. You know what I'm saying? I watched that shit when it actually used to come on the TV with the dial, you know what I'm saying? And the antenna with the circle antenna on it. You know what I'm saying?
Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion.
I keep trying to tell y'all be thinking I'm joking, man. I'm ancient spirits of evil old. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm a villain. I'm ancient spirits of evil old. You know what I'm saying? You either live old long enough to die a hero or become a villain. I'm ancient spirits of evil.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mum-Ra, the ever-living.
Who remember Decompose? The Inhumanoids. The Inhumanoids was lit. That cartoon was dope. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Watch this. Look. Watch Decompose. Watch Decompose decompose these people. Watch this. Watch Decompose these people real quick. Oh, man, that's hilarious. Hold on real quick, man. I don't know what's going on. My computer them decomposed. All right, hold on. Here we go. That sounds like some wild going on back there. I can tell you it's not. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Shout out to Maxima. What's good with it, bro? Maxima said, y'all remember the Centurions? Yeah, I remember the Centurions, bro. Yeah, facts. Hey, why was it sounding like that? Hey, look, this is why I couldn't be a hero. This is why I couldn't be a hero. If I walked in, you know what I'm saying? Bitch, it sound like you having a good time to me. All right, ain't nothing to see here. Goodbye. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to save you? Sound like you having all the damn fun. The fuck? It did not. It did not sound like you were in dire need of rescue. You know what I'm saying? That's not what that sounded like. You know what I'm saying? Right. Shout out to Mr. King. Mr. King said that sounded like what was going on with Sneako's girl getting took all up through there.
What kind of shit is that?
I shouldn't have said that.
Oh man, that is hilarious.
I am one who is
Hey, but for real though, right? This is it, right? Look, check this out. Everything going good, right? Everything going good. Date night. Here you go. Now look, now them lights came on and the makeup got washed off.
I am one who is
See, that's what that makeup and them filters do. You know what I'm saying? That's what that makeup and them filters do. Everything sounding good, everything looking good to the lights. To the lights come on, then it's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Then you like, wait a minute, hold on, that's not the product I picked up. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do that. Wait a minute, what? You know what I'm saying? Nah, yeah, bro, you did that. You did that.
Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2. Jackie Rosen.
Renews our understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yeah.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans in the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Hop D in Wisconsin?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, I'm seeing.
Man, that's an all-star white supremacist lineup right there. Look at Dana White, the wife beater.
Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be.
Now, here goes my question for everybody, right? How long do you think it's going to take for the escalation of the war against us to ramp up now? That's my question for you guys.
An American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Right.
Cause there ain't no doubt I love this
Shout out to We Lit. Shout out to Carlton Way. About 20 minutes. And then all the people, all the black people that's like, well, but we voted for Trump. We vote, man. Listen, this shout out to the brothers that voted for Trump. This the last you're gonna hear about any type of credit that you get. It's probably the last we're gonna hear from what's his name? Byron Donalds, too. You know what I'm saying? All that's gone now. That shit done. We got what we needed. You know what I'm saying? Have a nice life. You know what I'm saying? Have a nice life.
God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's ever been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. Help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, man. Yo, when The View comes on, when Kamala Harris speaks, yo, we are being the cope collectors. We are collecting all cope. We are collecting all cope. Hey, look, according to Whoopi Goldberg, you know what I'm saying? If you happen to have a white husband or a white boyfriend, it's a wrap for you, according to Whoopi Goldberg. Now, you know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know how true that is, but when it came to dealing with, you know, Trump in the election, that was Whoopi Goldberg's priority. That's what she said. Now, that's them is her words. You know what I'm saying? Those is her words, not mine. I'm just repeating what she said. These people and them people don't like getting what they said repeated. You repeat what they say, they'll sit there and say that you're the one coming with the misinformation. See, like, yeah, Willie D and DL Hughley. Willie D finna be like, see. What I tell you, them black men, they didn't come out and vote. You know what I'm saying? DL Hughley finna be like, and I don't know, these stupid ass, these dumb ass YouTubers, and this one dude named TD Media Group, he done made a video every time playing my voice. I mean, if you such a content creator, why can't you create your own damn thing? You got to be repeating everything I say every 5 minutes. All these YouTube content creators, they the reason why we lost the vote. These black men, and I'm gonna tell you something. You ain't black no more, to me, in my opinion, if you didn't vote or didn't help Kamala Harris. Something wrong with all these people out here. Sing, 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 sing. You know what I'm saying? Sounded like the pig on Charlotte's Web. Sing, 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 sing. I'm about to stick my nose down here in this mud and eat some of it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Go sit your dumb ass down somewhere.
Your family and your future. Every single day, I will be
Izzy?
fighting for you, and with every breath in my body.
Izzy, we got to do the Trump voice. Izzy, we have seen some of the. Look. Hey, we got to do the Trump voice. Shout out to the artificial intelligence. We've seen some of the greatest political crash outs of 2024. Oh, man. Roland Martin head is kind of big, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he's going to be able to get in a lot of doors or not, you know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina,
we're going to work on making America great for the first time ever. What do you guys think about that? We are going to work on making America great for the first time ever. In 2024, moving forward, one thing that people should desire is to see people that they don't like getting taken out of the paint, regardless of what side that they're on. They're going to be effectively neutralized. Information that you care about should be put on the forefront. Anytime anybody attempts to attack or harm us or manipulate our narratives, they should be deflected and neutralized and made an example of. We are going to make America great for the first time ever. And once we make America great for the first time ever, it'll make a chain reaction of prosperity and dominance. And it should remain that way until the sun red giants. If you guys agree, throw some flames in the chat.
I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania,
Shout out to the
Wisconsin.
specialist. What's good with it, bro?
We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, family.
We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people.
Yeah. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. We got 44 people watching and we got 85 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. If you guys haven't hit the bell, please hit the bell, subscribe to the channel, and also please share the stream to your social media. Let's try to get the likes to 120.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great.
Hold on real quick. Van Jones is actually crying. Who's got the Van Jones crying video? Somebody throw it in the Discord and let me know when y'all throw it in the Discord. Van Jones is actually crying. Who's tired of these people crying? Somebody got it already. Shout out to y'all. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Hopefully that's it. It might be something else. Let me see. Let's see what's going on here.
Back, control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just want to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family. My
absolutely.
Children.
Shout out to AW1. Absolutely. It's about to be an onslaught. It's about to be an onslaught.
They are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Shout out to TD. See?
My father-in-law, Victor, is
Shout
tremendous.
out to
And
TD. Hold on. We about to take a brief intermission. You know what I'm saying? From you know what I'm saying? Commander in Cheeto real quick. You know what I'm saying? TD said, bro, please check your Twitter DMs. I just sent you the Van Jones clip. He's on the verge of tears. Good. You know what I'm saying? Good. Oh, man, Van Jones just needs to get roasted. Let's get him. Hold on real quick. These are the type of people that need to be roasted. They need to be spiritually destroyed. They need to be crushed. You know what I'm saying? How many people would agree? Let's see. Hold on. Crying. Look at this. Giving content to Twitter accounts like End Wokeness. You know what I'm saying? This is America's ideal black man right here. This is America's ideal black man. A CNN chump. Sit up here crying. Who made this dude? Where's the alleged 2 people at that made this dude?
Because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite, who are hurting tonight. There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to, and know a little bit about having their.
What did that have to do with anything? What is it? What does this have to do with anything? And this dude right here, this dude right here is 2 different milk duds on the screen. You know what I'm saying? You got the white chocolate milk dud, you know what I'm saying? And you got the dark chocolate milk dud, because we all know that the milk chocolate milk duds is the good ones, right? Those ones taste great. Milk chocolate is superior, you know what I'm saying? In my opinion, it's the superior chocolate, right? You know what I'm saying? But we got 2 talking lemon heads on TV, right? And this white guy is just calm and silent. You know what I'm saying? He might mess around and kiss Van Jones on his forehead and make him feel a little bit better. But look at this dude is supposed to be an example of quote unquote masculinity. You know what I'm saying? Sitting up here crying like he didn't like nobody raised him correctly.
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. The Reaper keep it 1,000.
These people want, shout out, and black men, shout out to the black men in the comment section. Y'all pay very close attention to this. These people want everybody that comes in contact with us to believe that we are this individual right here. This type of nonsense is beneficial for the United States.
Because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who try to dream a big dream over.
Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said, I bet you there'll be a lot of movies made about black men that will not be a good look. Well, we might have to start doing some accounting on some obituaries from certain time periods in human history, if that's the case. How many people would agree? How many people want to be accountants? You know what I'm saying? Certain people don't like when certain things start getting counted. I think we should start doing count like Sesame Street, The Count. Yeah, we could just make a movie called The Count.
The past couple months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt.
Hey.
And they were hoping that.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I'm wearing my Megatron shirt tomorrow. And the Democrats, nope, on Thursday. Hey, facts. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some ducks, some radiation emoji in the chat for Brooklyn Queen for the Megatron shirt and the Democrats, nope shirt on Thursday. Yo, and speaking of which, I'm about to make some new merch since the election season is over. It's going to be some new merch, but the old merch going to still be there, though. You know what I'm saying? But I'm about to make some new designs, though. As soon as I get a little bit of time, yeah, we about to be coming out the woodwork.
Maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again,
what is this soft raisin bread clown talking about? Y'all remember the raisin bread? You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember that raisin bread in a red bag? What is this soft raisin bread clown talking about? Oh, man, what in the hell is wrong with this dude?
Maybe everybody can just hold.
Man, what the fuck? What's wrong with this motherfucker, man? And they got this dude on CNN like this is the normalization of this is how, you know what I'm saying, black men conduct themselves. Man, let me tell you something, man. How many of y'all parents ever snatched y'all up by y'all ear? Y'all ever if you ever got snatched up by the ear, I'm talking about forcefully yoked up by the ear. Throw an ear in the chat. That would help Van Jones, if you ask me. Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, get your ass over here. You know what I'm saying? What in the?
I got my little I voted pin on.
Man, get your ass over here. What's wrong with your soft ass?
They're facing rejection, and that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace.
If you breathe in for the first time, then that means that you literally just came out of your mom and the doctor slapped you. What are you talking about, breathing for the first time? If you don't shut your dumb ass up, we've talked about this. Isn't Van Jones allegedly an attorney? He's a lawyer.
Maybe
they breathed the first time. That mean that they was either not breathing or holding their breath the entire time. Man, shut your dumb ass up.
Everything that they knew how to do, and it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was.
Why do they have Van Jones to do the waterworks? Van Jones is the apathy performer.
Oh, my heart just bleeds for all these people.
Let them talk then. Let them say what they have to say. Let me ask y'all this, man. How many of y'all appreciate this clown? If you appreciate this clown, this individual, give me a thumbs up. If you do not appreciate this clown and you think that Van Jones is an anti-black caricature of an actual man, then put some angry faces in the chat. Look at everybody staring at him like he's an alien. You know what I'm saying? That's because he is. That's because he is. And he's a paid actor. Now, they sit there and talk about crisis acting, right? How would y'all agree? This is crisis acting right here. Shout out to Mr. King. He on some fuck shit. Facts.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, I called it. I said if she loses, they would go to pin this failure right on Black America. Now, if she'd won, they'd be saying Asian all of a sudden. Bro, they'd be saying Asian. They'd be saying Latino. They'd be saying everybody else. They'd be saying everybody else. They'd be saying everybody that hasn't given them 80% support for the last 60 years.
Is used as a springboard to power for somebody that doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow. We're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight.
They're going home. They're going back home. You know what I'm saying? If they in most cases, when criminals break the law, they should be terrified. But not Van Jones. Van Jones doesn't think that.
And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
There was a Democratic election, allegedly, right? And allegedly, the American people decided. Now, in 2020, allegedly, when American people decided, they were singing a completely different tune. Now, the same thing that happened in 2020 happened now, except for the fact that there was no magic. There was no magic. The only magic that's going on right now is Van Jones holding them tears inside of his place, sitting up here about to put on a waterworks performance for all these white people that he's sitting in front of. Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with you, bro?
Man, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the party, the Democratic Party, let those black women down. Not Donald Trump.
The Democratic Party let the black women down. There you go, right there. Who cares about the black men? Yeah, I'm saying. Now let's get back to the commander in chief real quick. You know what I'm saying? Orange man cometh.
We miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out.
Shout out to Terry G. Shout out to Terry G. Trump won with 277. They called it. Shout out to Main Chick. Main Chick said, hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. Oh, what you say? I said Kamala Harris them lost. She had a horrible campaign and it cost. Ain't no reporting back to the boss. She gonna go with Mindy and make us some curry sauce. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. Oh, what you say? Oh, man. Oh, man. She getting told, hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler said, shit, Rob, we got a major problem. You know what I'm saying? Because the little scrappy. That's why I was asking y'all for all that money earlier. Because I know, you know what I'm saying, without my black card, you know what I'm saying, the bad boy getting denied all over the place. I need a little bit of cash to get me by until Friday. You know what I'm saying? Without that black card, you know what I'm saying, my number ain't working, the magnetic strip ain't working. Try to swipe that bad boy, try to do the pay tap, it don't work. Little scrappy, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Patrick. I appreciate you.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Hey, they forgot to put AA batteries in their magic wand this year, Caldona. That's why it didn't work. Right when they thought they was finna to win. You know what I'm saying? They started hitting the button. It was like, wait a minute, the lights ain't coming on. What's going on with this? Joe Biden's like, was I supposed to put these in there? Joe Biden, dumbass, had the pack of batteries in his hand. They keep hitting the magic wand to try to get the voting machines to do something crazy, and they not working. They like, what's going on with this magic wand? The magic's not working. Joe Biden on the other end of the Zoom call. Was I supposed to distribute these? It's done. It's over with. You know what I'm saying? They done got sent out and packed up. You know what I'm saying? They done got sent out and packed up. Shout out to Shatera. Shatera said, how did Monolith Day go? We are still waiting for those numbers. You know what I'm saying? But I think everybody is happy that the Democrats faced a consequence. You know what I'm saying? How many people are happy that the Democrats faced a consequence? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man AW1. My man AW1 threw a YouTube video in there. Bro, shout out to you, bro. I'm gonna hit you with your drop in a minute. Do me a favor, because I can't pull it from StreamYards, and if I pull up some more windows, it's gonna make my computer start acting real weird. Put that exact same. Is that the video? Is that the link for your boy's video? Because I actually watched half of it. I gotta watch the other half. But put it on a video or on a stream that's already done, so I can pull it up. Because I might not be able to pull the live chat up, because when the video is done, it's gonna make me take out all the copyright and all that stuff, and it's not gonna show the live chat. You know what I'm saying? Look! Shout out to. You know what? Hold on. Shout out to AW1. Make sure y'all show AW1 some love for funding the organization. I appreciate it, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Yeah, I liked it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I've only watched about 50%. I got to go back and watch the other 50%. But did he have channels before and he lost his channel? Because it sounded like he was saying that like he lost his channel. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cool Keezy. What's good with it, bro? Cool Keezy said Kamala better thank a union member. Facts. And this what happens. They just shut down. One channel was saying how she was gonna win, and it just went black screen. Just going, she gonna win. It's like the end of the movie after the great evil gets defeated. Like all the leftover evil just start disappearing and vanishing into thin air. They were like, what happened? Oh, somebody must have won somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Patrick. I gotta agree, and we gotta make sure that we upplay ourselves, and we gotta make sure that we outgrow the Dems. He did lose his first channel. Okay, that sucks, man. That's terrible. That's why I got 1 million backup channels. Make sure y'all, and speaking of which, man, make sure y'all follow my backup channels. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Shatira. All that shucking and jiving for nothing. Damn, Cam. Yeah. Facts. Hey, listen though, man. Hey, how many of y'all subscribe to Megatron? Make sure y'all subscribe to Megatron because, hey, got another 4 years to be able to use that channel now. You know what I'm saying?
She's a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen, he really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible.
Shout out to Shatira. Shatira says, I'm glad to see a young face in the White House. It definitely looks like a face that will go wonderfully on a piñata, doesn't it? Oh man, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, has anyone checked on our favorite Sambo Coon Lucas? Speaking of raging crash outs and blood pressure, is he having a raging crash out and blood pressure? Oh man, I guarantee, man. Oh man, you know what I'm saying? Every black man in the world better run, especially if you're Black American. You know what I'm saying? You about to get a video made on you from now until I don't know when, which is crazy, right? Which is crazy because this same individual helped to get Trump in office the first time. And now is policing people who support Trump. But before, people were ignorant for not supporting Trump. Somebody make it make sense. Somebody make it make sense. How does that make sense? People change. People change. Shout out to Deneen. People change. Some people change, and other people just change a diaper. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I want to understand how that works. I want to understand how you go from supporting and voting and hanging around and kicking it with those people and going to straight pride parades and all that with them to attempting to shame other people who you perceive as doing the same thing that you built a 400,000+ subscriber YouTube channel with. I'm just curious. Somebody make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the specialists. Make sure y'all show the specialists some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. And just so everybody is aware, you do not need a wrench to eat cat and dog. You know what I'm saying? The specialist says, you mean to tell me that Beyonce, Kelly Rowland, Bruce Springsteen, and Whoopi couldn't bring it home for Kamala? And I'm going to tell you the best person that had a chance of bringing it home for Kamala out of that whole group there was Kelly Rowland, because, you know what I'm saying? Kelly Rowland, the one out of that, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. Make sure y'all show the specialists some love.
In Springfield,
Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And the cat got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said he probably on a stream right now talking about how black people are finished and going extinct. That's interesting. Here goes my question. What is the proof of that? And what is the definition of finished? What does that mean? And when we talk about quote unquote extinct, what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? And here's my question. If that's the case, how would any of that change without first action and correction of incorrect action from self? How, you know what I'm saying? How would that work? Yeah, them cats be going in. They be getting it in. They, you know what I'm saying? I'm definitely hollering at them for some background dancers if I ever need them. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, it's interesting, right? Because there actually are groups of people that are significantly decreasing in number, right? And even those groups that are significantly decreasing in number, a lot of those groups have resources and a lot of those groups have assets. So my question is, if a group of people or any people, quote unquote, are, quote unquote, as we say, are going extinct, right? Quote unquote, going the way of the dinosaur, right? Ever have any actual real life around the way stories or any actual real life around the way experience to ever tell y'all to put content together with reality in the same way that I do? You know, we sit up here talking about visiting our relatives in the city and all that. Like, why can't anybody put that together? There's a bunch of people. If you vote for this person, you a coon. If you vote for that person, you a coon. It doesn't make any sense. Where is your resume? Where's your lived experience? Where's your visualization of any of these things occurring? Where's your living through them? How have you been impacted by them? Shout out to Johnny Gibbs. Johnny Gibbs says, I have a theory. What if J.D. Vance replaced Trump for president? As you know, him being a vice president, that could happen if something happened to Trump. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the church. The church said Roland's live went dark and he ain't been back since. Psh. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't, to me, like, is he really that? A lot of these people, their career depended on this. If you ask me, a lot of people's careers depended on this. Oh, damn, that's messed up. Shout out to Jay Bird. Jay Bird said, just got banned from my grandma's house for Thanksgiving because of my political stance. I wouldn't have said nothing until after Thanksgiving. Make sure you got your plate, as many plates as you wanted to eat, and then the ones that you wanted to take home. And then after you kissed your grandmother and told her that you love her, you know what I'm saying, on your way out while you backing out the driveway, just wave and be like, you know, I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I'm just saying, all right, peace. You know what I'm saying? What you say now? What you say now, Jay Bird? You know what I'm saying? What you say, sugar? That's what she gonna say. What you say now, sugar? You know what I'm saying? I ain't quite hear you now, sugar. What you say? You know what I'm saying? Jay Bird halfway down the street. You know what I'm saying?
Journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
That's another one, right? How many of y'all got, like, you know, a grandmother or a great aunt or whatever, you know what I'm saying, some old woman in your family, and when it's time to leave, they come on over here, give me some sugar now. You know what I'm saying? Come on, give me some sugar. You know what I'm saying? I can't listen, man. Like, look, man, listen, man, listen. If ain't none of the older women in your family ever told you, come on over here, give me some sugar. Now, I you know what I'm saying? I hear you talking, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can't with you though. You know what I'm saying? I can't with you. I'm sorry, man. Like, I can't with you. You know what I'm saying? I go ahead, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, good life, good content. Enjoy yourself, man. But if you don't have no women in your family that ever told you, come on over here, give me some sugar now, when it's time for you to leave, you're not talking about the same thing that I'm talking about. I'm sorry, man. This is what I'm talking about like Nas. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't talking about the same thing I'm talking about, man. You know what I'm saying? It's amazing how these people had these crash outs talking about, like, oh, these people don't know this and these people don't know that. Man, I ain't never heard, like, a lot of these people that be black policing, bro, I've never, ever heard a story that they've ever told about, like, their family or their, you know what I'm saying, like, their experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, what did you, I can't relate. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Bitcoin Key. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Mina. Mina said nobody missing Porky Pig anyway. That's hilarious. Shout out to Tia. Tia said, I bet grandma would have caught up to your car and grabbed the bumper, having you think you hit it twice. Facts. Yeah, man. Shout out to AW1 for being a like enforcer, man. Make sure y'all show AW1 some love. You know what I'm saying? Throw some like enforcers in the chat. Jay Bird said, I'm not tripping, bro. I refuse to accept the political practice of my elders. Plus, Waffle House always open. You know what, bro? That sounds good, actually. That actually sounds really good. Hey, would you believe it or not? Listen, I've never had Waffle House before. I've never had Waffle House before. I'm about to go. I might actually, when I get done with this stream, man, I might have to hit up Waffle House for the first time. We're gonna start this new era the right way. Yeah, I ain't never had Waffle House, bro. I see them all the time and I drive past them all the time, but I ain't never actually got out and ate there. Yeah, I ain't never ate at the Waffle House. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never ate there, even after the bar. Like, we used to have this little spot called Eden Park. I used to go to Eden Park all the time. You know what I'm saying? Look, shout out. Yeah, I ain't never been to Waffle House. I see them all the time. It's one right on Arlington. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't never ate there. It's one on Medina Road too. I ain't never ate there though. You know what I'm saying? Never ate there. Usually, like, and see, like, the Waffle House, like, they stay open late, so that's like after club, after bar food, right? The after bar spot that we always will go to was called Eden Park. Y'all ever heard of Eden Park? They shut down, and they shut down and tore it down and built a what's the name of that chicken place? Oh, what's the name of that chicken place, man? Damn, I can't think of the name of that chicken. What's that new chicken place? All they sell is chicken tenders. I can't think of the name of it. Why the hell can't I think of the name of that shit? Carlton said, that's when I want to go. Carlton said, don't go there on the weekend. All right, bro. You know I'm trying to go there. Bro, you know I'm trying to go there at 2:45 on Saturday. On Saturday, either on Friday going into Saturday. Canes, that Raising Canes, that's it. Good looking, win, lose a rug. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, Raising Canes. That's it. And Carlton said the Waffle House is lit. Just don't go there. Just don't go there on the weekend late night, bro. Listen, I'm trying to go there. I'm trying to go there tipsy on a Friday night at 2:45, going into, you know what I'm saying, Saturday morning, or go there on Saturday at 2:45, going into Sunday morning. That's the only. I ain't trying to go no other time. I ain't trying to go when it's boring, bro. I'm trying to go when it's lit. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. And another thing is, a lot of the times the places where I lived at, the Ratchet Denny's be closer too. Like when I lived in Niles, it was a Denny's. You know what? Now that I think about it, I forgot all about that. When I lived in Niles, it was a Denny's in Warren, I think, if I'm not mistaken, on Elm Road. That used to be the Ratchet Denny's. And then they got this restaurant called Perkins, and Perkins will be open. I think that Perkins up there by Eastwood Mall, I think it used to stay open 24 hours. And then IHOP used to stay open 24 hours too, and I love IHOP pancakes. And I'm one of them type of people, like, if I love something, I'm not even taking no chances with nothing else. Don't mention no shit I ain't never had before, because if it's IHOP's around, I'm going to IHOP. I ain't trying to hear shit. I don't care about none of that shit. I ain't never tried it. I'm going to IHOP. And we got like some mom and pop, you know what I'm saying, places that I go to around where I stay at. Like my boy, he got a restaurant, you know what I'm saying? They don't be open 24 hours though, you know what I'm saying? He got little weird hours, but his food be banging, you know what I'm saying? Jaybird, you don't like IHOP? I feel you. Everybody don't like IHOP. Listen, hey, I don't know if they still got this because it's been a minute since I've been to Steak and Shake. But do y'all remember when Steak and Shake used to have all you could eat pancakes in the morning? Steak and Shake's all you could eat pancakes was good. Them motherfuckers was good. Like they was like a sponge. You know what I'm saying? Like Steak and Shake's pancakes was like a sponge, and they would they would absorb all of the butter, like they would just suck all of the butter in, and they was still spongy. You know what I'm saying? And then like you pour the ketchup on it, or the ketchup, you pour the syrup on them bad boys. Steak and Shake's pancakes was great. Like they was like so spongy, like they had the air holes in them. You know what I'm saying? And like as soon as you put the butter on there, you would just see the butter, like it would just melt right into the pancake, and it would just go all throughout the pancake. And you squeeze the pancake down with your fork, and like the butter would all just come out. You like, oh, I'm about to tear this shit up. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to tear this shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Tie this bitch up!
Swing the remix god!
I'll tear this bitch up! Tie this bitch up! I will! Tie this bitch up! I will! Tie this bitch up! I'll tear this bitch up!
Yeah, man, them all you can eat pancakes at Steak and Shake. Did y'all never had them? Shout out to the specialist. The specialist said Cracker Barrel pancakes. Yeah, Cracker Barrel pancakes is cool, bro. I mess with Cracker Barrel because like they got rainbow trout. You know what I'm saying? They got asparagus. They be having okra, and they got collard greens there. Like I mess with Cracker Barrel. You know what I'm saying? Tia said, Rob, if you go there on Friday at 2:45 a.m., I promise you will get a marriage proposal by women with chin hairs. Have your secret escape plan. Oh, yeah, the women with chin hairs will be there. They'll be there. And they'll be drunk, talking wild, talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? Talking crazy. Yep. They about to pay for my food, too, and then I'm about to sneak out the back door. I'm going to run right through the kitchen real fast. I'm going to tell them everything they want to hear. You know what I'm saying? Until it's time for that bill to come. When that bill comes, man, I'm about to be out the back door like Speedy Gonzalez, the manager, about to be mad at me. Like, who ran through the kitchen like that? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be out there to my car. Matter of fact, I'm glad you said that because I'm going to park my car right in the back by the grease trap. You know what I'm saying? Ain't about to be no running out the back of the restaurant and running around the restaurant. I'm going to have that shit sitting right there. And they're going to be asking all kind of crazy stuff. Probably looking like TD Jakes too. Probably wearing the big grimace robe like TD Jakes.
Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
swallowing, goggling.
I'm like, yeah, I'm about to swallow these pancakes you about to buy me, and I'm out. Peace. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to swallow these pancakes you about to buy me, and I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Deuces. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, they're gonna be like old girl on Living Color, or not on Living Color, but on I'm gonna get you, sucker. Don't make me hop after you. The whole floor gonna be shaking. They're gonna fall right through the floorboards.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you.
Hey, listen. Hey, you know how people always be talking about the colorism? Hey, why don't anybody ever talk about the colorism of why it's always like really light skinned, like yellow women that be having the pronounced mustaches? How come nobody ever says anything about that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's up with that? Why the mustaches always choose the light skinned women? That don't make no damn sense. I ain't never seen no dark skinned woman with a mustache, man. But you know what I'm saying? I've seen a couple. You know what I'm saying? I've seen a couple yellows. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Pimp C. I've seen a couple yellows. I've seen a couple red bones with some mustaches. That shit was kind of strange to me. You know what I'm saying?
Dreams for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad. We're going to have to seal up those orders, have to let come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come.
Look, we had a whole live stream about this. Jay Bird said, don't y'all be eating chili with noodles in Ohio. They do that in Cincinnati. They do that down there where J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy from. In Northeast Ohio, nah. You know what I'm saying? They don't do that. I ain't trying to be funny, man, but like Cincinnati, you know what I'm saying? Like people really don't even consider Cincinnati, Ohio, all like that. Only people from outside of Ohio consider Cincinnati actually like Ohio. Yeah, and in Kentucky. And the thing is Cincinnati is on the border of Kentucky. It's right next to Kentucky. And people call that like people, y'all be doing this shit they be doing in Cincinnati and Ohio, like what? You know what I'm saying? It's on the border. You know what I'm saying? People from Cincinnati got Southern accents and everything. You know what I'm saying? They don't even talk like how we talk. You know what I'm saying? It's like a completely different call. It's like the difference between New York and New York City. And Jay Bird said they part of Ohio. Now, here's my question. How does this work? How is it that when some shit ain't going on in New York City, like everybody knows that there's a difference between upstate New York and New York City? Like that's just understood. But when you got a city that's damn near 50% in another state, somehow that's Ohio. You talking about Southwest Ohio on the border and Northeast Ohio that's not on the border. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to New York, though, Everybody, even when it comes to California, like if it's LA or the Bay or, you know what I'm saying, like Sacramento or something like that, or Van Nuys or Scranton or even Fresno, everybody knows the difference. You know what I'm saying? I live in Akron. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mina Jean. Yeah, I live in Akron. You know what I'm saying? But when it come to Ohio, though, it's, oh, nigga, you know what I'm saying? That's what y'all niggas be doing in Ohio. Like, what? It's people. No, I know, but you know what I'm saying? We gotta do it though. We gotta do it. Shout out to MD Williams. It's people in Northeast Ohio that don't even know what Skyline Chili is. Like, they don't even know what Skyline Chili is. I would tell y'all the story about how I found out about Skyline Chili, but I ain't gonna tell y'all though. We gonna talk about that another day. I found out about Skyline Chili, you know what I'm saying? And I was grossed out. And I couldn't do it. When I seen what it was, I was like, man, what? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But they got those in like Cincinnati. Like, that place like originated in Cincinnati. You know what I'm saying? And look, yeah, shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, Rob, I dig. I'm from the Bay. I have to tell people all the time when I'm out of town. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like sometimes people be like they'll think like the entire, like if you from Buffalo, or if you from Rochester, or if you from like some like Troy, New York. It's a place in New York called Akron. If you from Akron, New York, like people be like I don't believe you. I don't believe you from New York because you don't have a New York accent. New York City is the only place with, like, New York City, Mount Vernon, Long Island, Mount Vernon, and, like, you know what I'm saying, like even parts of New Jersey, like what's called the New York metro area. Even if it's not New York City, if it's not part of the 5 boroughs, it's little areas around there. But like them is the only areas that got that accent. Like all them other places, they sound like how I talk. You know what I'm saying? They don't sound like people from New York. Like, I don't know if y'all ever heard AB Promotions or Keep It 100. They are from New York City. You know what I'm saying? Like, them niggas' birthmark is a Yankees symbol. You know what I'm saying? But if you listen to somebody that is from like some other part, like look at Fetty Wap. Fetty Wap was from Trenton, New Jersey, right? Fetty Wap was he from Trenton or Princeton or something like that? Fetty Wap wasn't from like the New Jersey metro or the New York metro area, and he ain't had no accent. But nobody really paid attention to that shit though. Like, nobody really looked at Fetty Wap as an East Coast rapper, but he was an East Coast rapper though. You know what I'm saying? Like the Remy Boys. You know what I'm saying? The Remy Boys and M80 had an accent. Shout out to MD. MD Williams says Cincinnati, some of them sound like they're from, bro, because that is the hills. Like them niggas is separated from Kentucky by a holler. You know what I'm saying? Like, Cincinnati is closer to the hills than it is to other places in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? It's on the southwest border. It literally is part of, like, in Cincinnati, like they get like Kentucky local TV programming and shit. Yeah, so shout out to MD. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, they like that. They don't talk like how I talk in Cincinnati. Like they don't even talk like how they talk in Columbus. Like in Columbus start the Southern accents, but in Cincinnati they actually have actual Southern accents. Like it's an actual Southern accent. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mina Jean. Mina Jean said, yes, I'm from Westchester. I sound different than New York City. Yeah. Facts. Shout out to Carl DeWay. Carl DeWay said ASAP Rocky is from New York City and he has a Southern rap style. That's a different conversation right there. You know what I'm saying? That's Carl's trying to get some shit started. That's a different conversation right there. But rest in peace to ASAP Yams, though. You know what I'm saying? But that's a different conversation, though. You know what I'm saying?
Come here, Susie. Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice baby. We call her the ice baby. Right? Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump.
Now, I want y'all to pay attention. Do y'all notice anything about all the people that's up there? Yeah, shout out to DeAndre. It's a reason why them people from Chicago sound like they're from the South. But yeah, that's facts though. That's what I was telling everybody about the Chicago Southern accent. But that's a different reason. In Chicago, it's a different reason why the black people there got a Southern accent than people in Cincinnati. Most of the black people in Chicago, like black American people, they migrated from the South, like most people from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? And they got a Southern accent. Like that's like how they talk. Like even if you listen to Twista, Do or Die, you know what I'm saying, Crucial Conflict. If you didn't know, you know what I'm saying, you would think that they was from the South, but nah, they from Chicago. Like even that's why I be making fun of Brandon Johnson, like with the Bernie Mac accent, because like Bernie Mac got an accent, but like America's so biased and dumb. America don't really know any other regional accents other than New York accents and like you know what I'm saying, like boondocky Southern accents. It's actually other accents out there, and most people is just dumb as hell and they don't know until they go somewhere, and then they go somewhere and talk to people and they think that them people from somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, yeah, I learned later. That family reunion was my first time out of Cali. Oh, that's what's good, bro. I know you had a good ass time too. I know you was kicking it. And just so y'all know, when I say most people was dumb as hell, y'all already know I'm not talking about y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like most people make like silly assumptions. Like, man, when I went to Florida, people was asking me, are you from New York? I don't know why you're asking me if I'm from New York. I don't sound anything like I'm from New York. You know what I'm saying? And it's a whole bunch of people. Like, I'm not stupid. Like, don't try to play me like I've been around. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got street smarts. I know exactly what's going on wherever I'm at. I know it's hella people from New York that go down to Florida and that live in Florida and that move to Florida. Don't try to play me like you ain't never talked to nobody that's from New York. You know what I'm saying? You know I'm not from New York. Don't ask me no dumbass shit. You know what I'm saying? I forget what, I think I was at a gas station in Orlando and I had to have that conversation with somebody. Are you from New York? What? Do I sound like I'm from New York? No. Do you hear me call pop soda? No. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it depends on, like, I guess, like, if you really, really are deep in the South, then I guess you think anybody that don't have a Southern accent sound like they from New York somehow, but I don't know. You know, to me, like, I can tell the difference between it. The different boroughs got different accents. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could tell somebody from Brooklyn, you know what I'm saying, versus like somebody from Queens, lightweight. And like you could tell, you know what I'm saying, you could tell somebody from Massachusetts, somebody that's from Boston, or somebody that's from New England versus somebody that's from New York. Like, the New York accent ain't as hard as people think that it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, the New York accent is light compared to like somebody from Boston. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody from Rhode Island. Them accents are like ridiculous. It's like New York accent times 10. They're different than New York accents. Like, you could tell the difference. It's just like the Southern accents is different. Like, you could tell the difference between somebody from Kentucky, or you could tell the difference between somebody from Texas and somebody from Alabama. You know what I'm saying? You could tell, if you've been around, like, you could tell a DMV accent. I always tell the story about Torian. Like, as soon as I heard Torian talk, I'm like, yeah, this nigga from DMV for sure. Like, undoubtedly, there's no hiding that. You know what I'm saying? But most people really don't be out of their comfort zone like that, where you would really encounter, you know what I'm saying? And I knew Torian. I could tell from Torian's voice that he was from the DMV, and I ain't never heard Torian say slim or call somebody a Bama. You know what I'm saying? But Like you could just tell he got the accent though. You know what I'm saying?
Who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in.
Look, hey, Mina Jean said, Rob, don't do that because people don't think that I'm from New York either. He just could have been curious. You know, I got to be extra with it though. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, I gotta be extra with it. I can't not be extra with it.
Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket. And I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was.
Now that's what I was asking you guys, right? We gotta hold these people to an account. We gotta hold these people to a standard, right? And we gotta harshly document it, and we gotta be ready to move on that documentation. Now, here goes my question, right? When it comes to all of these people on the Trump lineup, what did you notice about anybody that was versus wasn't there? Did you see Byron Donalds? Did you see Tim Scott? Hell, do you see Vivek Ramaswamy?
When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man. Happens to be here.
Only Elon can do it. Only Elon can do it. Now, if you ask me, that statement needs to come with a price. And the price that statement needs to come with is the price of we create superior technology to what is offered at Tesla and X. And since only Elon can do it, we price out America out of the market. We do not do business with people that say that, you know, only an apartheid descendant is capable of some form of technology. And we hold people to that until it burns them. Now, when people say, you know, quote unquote, we just want to be left alone, that's how you get left alone. That's how you get left alone. So you got to ask the question when it comes to people saying, quote unquote, well, we just want to be left alone. Do people really just want to be left alone? Yeah, shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said the only POC up there is JD Vance's wife. And technically, she ain't a POC if we look at her documentation. Right? She's a POC in appearance only.
Here, and that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold, and especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down, but I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And, you know, when we had the tragic.
And Trump actually believed it. Now, everybody knows that China is the only entity that has reproduced controlled nuclear fusion. China has an artificial sun that they successfully did a short-lived experiment while they've been able to control nuclear fusion. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people know what nuclear fusion is? So now, Trump is sitting up there saying that Elon Musk is just, Tony Stark. Not true. Not true. Now, look at this. I want you guys to pay very close attention to where we're at politically. This is where we're at politically. You ask people what nuclear fusion is, and people drop out the chat. But shout out to us, the monolith. We are supposed to believe that these people actually know what they voted for, what they want. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, doesn't it create energy to run a city? It creates energy to run a star. You know what I'm saying? It creates energy to run a star. Okay. Now, I talked about this before. We're going to take a quick detour. And real quick, if y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit that bell. China's artificial sun just broke a record for longest sustained nuclear fusion. Superheated plasma reaches 126 million degrees Fahrenheit for 17 minutes. All right. In a new world record, China's artificial sun project has sustained a nuclear fusion reaction for more than 17 minutes, reports Anthony Cuthbertson for The Independent. In the latest experiment, superheated plasma reached 126 degrees Fahrenheit. That's roughly 5 times hotter than the sun, which radiates a scorching 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit at surface and is about 27 million degrees Fahrenheit at its core. Coal and natural gas are the primary energy sources currently used around the world, but these materials come in limited supply. Nuclear fusion could be the cleanest energy source available because it replicates the sun's physics by merging atomic nuclei to generate large amounts of energy into electricity. This process requires no fossil fuels, leaves behind no radioactive waste, and is a safer alternative to fission nuclear power, per The Independent, per the laws of physics. You know what I'm saying? And you got Elon Musk, you know what I'm saying, getting glazed for what exactly? And see, now here's the thing, right? When it comes to science and physics and all this kind of stuff, I'm into this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? So, somebody like Elon Musk, you're not going to impress me with some robots walking around. This is the kind of stuff that impresses me. You know what I'm saying? The recent operation says a solid scientific and experimental foundation towards the running of a fusion reactor, says Gong Zhangzhu, a researcher at the Institute of Plasma Physics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, in a statement. China's experimental advanced superconducting tokamak was designed to potentially be used as less supply of clean energy on Earth. Xinhua news agency reports. Okay. The donut-shaped East reactor is referred to as an artificial sun because it simulates the fusion process within stars, reports Robert Leah for Newsweek. Okay. So now, you got to always ask yourself the question, well, if we're replicating a process that stars use, we could have some quote-unquote star residuals, right? Like, what happens if this thing, burns out and collapses on itself? Then what happens to the rest of the planet? Because if this thing burns out and collapses on itself, what does that create? Now, the type of science experiments and different things that I would want to do like that, people probably wouldn't like them type of science and experiments. You know what I'm saying? But regardless if they like them or not, the products will be more competitive and more effective than anything anybody created anywhere. It's only common sense, if you ask me. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler says a singularity, aka a quote-unquote black hole. It would be similar to a black hole, right? Not quite a black hole, right? Because for a black hole, it's literally got to be the collapsing of a star. What would happen would be this phenomenon called a thermodynamic black mass. All right. It would be a thermodynamic black mass. And a thermodynamic black mass is it's from the thermodynamic theories, right? But it's similar to the idea of a black mass or to a black hole, right? Basically a infinite mass, self-sustaining, infinite energy. You know what I'm saying? Based on collapse of another energy form, right? In physics, black hole thermodynamics is the area of study that seeks to reconcile the laws of thermodynamics with the existence of black hole event horizons. Now, what's the event horizon of a black hole? They made a movie called Event Horizon, but I don't think it had anything to do with black holes. Now, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. The black goo is something that's another rabbit hole. That's a whole different rabbit hole. But what is the event horizon? Because the event horizon is an actual thing. Facts. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said that part of the black hole where there's no turning back. Yeah, that's what it is. It's an energy field that once you get into that energy field, allegedly, there's not enough propulsion force able to be generated anywhere in the universe to be able to get beyond that force of propulsion. In physics, black hole thermodynamics is the area of study that seeks to reconcile the laws of thermodynamics with the existence of black hole event horizons. All right. As you guys see here in astrophysics, an event horizon is a boundary which events cannot affect an observer. All right. As the study of the statistical mechanics of the black body radiation. All right. You see this? The black hole, thermodynamic black mass. Black body radiation is the thermal electromagnetic radiation within or surrounding a body in thermodynamic equilibrium with its environment emitted by a black body. It has specific continuous spectrum of wavelengths inversely related to intensity that depend only on the bodies, and then it goes further, right? led to the development of the theory of quantum mechanics. Well, with quantum mechanics, is heavily based on statistics. If it's based on statistics, then we know that it's based on what? Quality control. Right? So thermodynamics is what? You have to do what? Well, for the most part, you're guessing the state of things. Look at all these different states. Fundamental theory that describes the behavior of nature at and below the scale of atoms. It is the fundamental of all quantum physics, which includes quantum chemistry, quantum field theory, quantum technology, and quantum information science. These are the technologies of the future. These are the things that will really, for real, going forward, make death obsolete and outdated. These are the things when you get into science that like resemble what people mistake as quote unquote magic. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be funny, you know what I'm saying? But like, you know, Trump is sitting here, you know what I'm saying? Like just gawking at a simple propulsion engine. I'm just saying.
Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina. They were really devastated. The water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen. Water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, "Would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink." I said, "What's Starlink?" It's a form of communication. So I called Elon.
Now, speaking of which, I gotta ask y'all this question. How many of you all have ever seen any depictions of this supermassive black hole that's larger than the Milky Way galaxy? Just to put things in perspective. Now, look at this. It's a supermassive black hole, and it's called ton 618. It's called ton 618, and it's out there somewhere. All right. Now take a look at this. Hold on real quick. There we go. Now there's another one called Phoenix A. And we're going to take a look at both of these, right? Damn, shout out to Tricky Nick. That's crazy. Tricky Nick said that's nothing. His ex got a hole bigger than that. She be taking you to the Event Horizon, you know what I'm saying? Look at this. Now, so you gotta see, like when you watch these videos and you look at these scales, you gotta ask yourself the question: Is space so big that scales somewhat don't even apply in space? Because we don't know how these large objects are behaving for the most part, other than how we can detect with the instruments that we have. Look at this. Now, we know how big the Earth is. Like, look, this is the United States, New York to California, right? So now this is the Earth in comparison to Jupiter. Now this is everything in comparison to the sun. Look at how massive the sun is compared to Jupiter. I mean, the Earth is not, if we're at the scale, we're now at the scale where the sun is the object of observation. The Earth is barely even detectable, right? Y'all hear this evil ass music? This is my this is this is the type of music that comes on when I walk in the door. Look at this star called Stevenson 2-18. Look at how much. Like, now here's the thing, right? Imagine if there are any planets surrounding a star, like imagine the planets that surround a star that size of Stevenson 2-18. Like the planets that surround Steven 2-18, like the small planets got to be the size of the sun. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. Now, shout out to Michael. What's good with you, bro? Michael said it would have to be as far away as Saturn to not blow up. That would be if the sun was yellow, right? Now, this star right here, it looks like it got like an orangish red hue. So it might not be as hot as our sun, right? So if it's not as hot as our sun, the Goldilocks zone might be different. Shout out to Mike R. Mike R says, great night in America, Rob. Yeah, great night for us. You know what I'm saying? All right, now this is the Milky Way. So you see the Milky Way. The Milky Way just is just massively larger than that star that was massively larger than the sun. This is what I'm talking about when you get to these scales, right? Now there's a unidentified force that has not been really calculated or understood, that they believe is causing some type of gravitational effect on the universe, right? Imagine what the hell could that thing be that's putting magnetic force on the universe. Now, like, watch this. Now, this is look at this. This is a supermassive black hole. Now, mind you, in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy, right, there's a supermassive black hole. That's what causes the hurricane-like pattern of the Milky Way galaxy. But here is a actual black hole that is a supermassive black hole that is not surrounded by a galaxy. You know what I'm saying? So just imagine what this galaxy would do. Now, see, here's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. The universe, if you ask me, is a information network. It's an information network. And these areas here are areas of concentrated information. These would be like, quote unquote, nodes, right? So a galaxy that you see would be a node. A supermassive black hole is a node, but these are different kinds of nodes. They're two different kinds. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's the thing, right? How do you know, or how do you not know, if something like this is literally like in the vicinity of the Milky Way right now, or if it's coming towards us? Now, check this out. I want to see how good y'all's math is. It says a black hole of this mass has a Schwarzschild radius of 1,300 astronomical units. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What is a astronomical unit? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. What's good with it, bro? What's the astronomical unit? What's the measurement of an astronomical unit? Just to get an idea of how big this is, which is, it's big, but when you look at it in comparison to the whole thing, it's not that big, right? It's not that big compared to the actual full black hole, right? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy says a universe. Anybody got any other guess? Shout out to Jaybird. Jaybird said, I wonder how is that the planet Earth still avoiding all the harm from the universe? Like there's no way that we can be safe on this little rock. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Makes you wonder. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, how can people figure out the size of these things in space but can't figure out a way to pay us reparations? The numbers out here in space are way bigger and way smaller than anything involving reparations. Great question. Not too much complex calculation goes into, the calculation of reparations. Right? Now, somebody do me a favor and double check this. Make, you know what I'm saying? Fact check me. If I'm not mistaken, an astronomical unit is the distance between the Earth and the sun. So 1 astronomical unit should be equal to 93 million miles. So the number here in miles would be 1,300 times 93 million. And that's how many miles that would be. So just imagine that if you can. And this goes into what I'm talking about, right? About going right back here. About forget what Elon Musk is talking about. This is one of the reasons why I've been saying we need to build a structure that is a light year in length. And I'm not trying to be funny, man, but I guarantee you out there somewhere, there is something like that. We know that there is something like that, right? Clearly, because the universe is a structure and it's been created and it holds and maintains itself and it's way bigger than a light year long. So we're going to take a look at this real quick to double check this information. Oh, yeah, so they're using the metric system. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said the astronomical unit is a unit of length defined to be exactly equal to 149 billion 597,870,700. Okay. Hold on real quick. I'm about to grab this. So let me see something real quick. The astronomical unit. The astronomical unit is a unit of length defined to be exactly equal to 149,597,870,700 meters. Historically, the astronomical unit was conceived as the average Earth-Sun distance, the average of the Earth's aphelion and perihelion, before its modern redefinition in 2012. Okay, so I didn't know that there was a modern redefinition. It's been a long time since I looked into any of this stuff. And they're using the metric system, so they don't have the conversion in miles. But yeah, as you guys can see from this little diagram right here, this is the astronomical unit. See, one distance between the sun and the earth. That's an astronomical unit. And again, I'm not trying to be funny, but that just shows that right there, if you ask me, like that just shows the arrogance of humanity. Like, you just, like, no one, do you see how vast the universe is? No one cares about the distance between the earth and the sun. It doesn't deserve a measure to be like, it's so significant, we're just going to measure everything in the universe based on the measurement of the earth between the sun. Like, this is it's so dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like no one, there's only one earth, there's only one sun, and the universe is damn near infinite to our perception. No one cares. Like, if there are other civilizations or there's other life or anything like that, no one cares about an astronomical unit. If there's other civilizations and they're more advanced than us, they're going to be talking about like light year units. They're going to be talking about standardized units as they are in physics. Like, let's just say, for instance, there's some type of average blast radius of a antimatter annihilation or something like that. They're going to use those type of universal units that are consistent across the entire universe. No one cares about some shit going on in the solar system. You know what I'm saying? It's one place that follows the rules that everywhere else uses. But again, just the fact that that would be named an astronomical unit and humanity uses that as an actual measurement to measure other things across a standard, damn near limitless universe, it just shows the mind state of humanity. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay Bird. Jay Bird says, seriously though, no evidence of aliens, no meteor strikes. Like, what happens if the sun implodes? Boom, game over. What? And again, according to physics, according to the calculations, right? Because the sun has a metabolism. I mean, it's just like us. It's not gonna live forever. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna live forever. So that day is gonna come. And if you ask me, that day coming is what people's sole focus should be on. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk should not get the credit for quote unquote delivering mankind. That should never be allowed. Shout out to Jay Bird. Jay Bird said, man, I get frustrated when the topic of space comes up. There's no answer to possibilities. Well, that right there is the answer. You know what I'm saying? Like that there is the answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, like the thing is, like, with people have this finite, like binary, linear kind of, you know what I'm saying? It's shout out to Brooklyn Quick. Okay, yeah, so it is like 93 million miles. That's close. You know what I'm saying? That's close to 92,955,807.3. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's 93 million. So that's, you know, that's pretty close, right? But like, my thing is like people have to get out of the people have to get out of seeing reality in terms of absolutes and in terms of being finite, because that's not how things work. people need to build a confidence and a comfort with the fact that everything doesn't have a clean answer. And sometimes not having a clean answer is the answer. That's the answer. And an open possibility where calculations can always be made to adjust to the changing dynamic is what people need to be able to do. There needs to be, instead of memorization, there needs to be adaptability. And if you ask me, that's one of the pitfalls of people. There's not much adaptability. It takes too long for people to evolve. There's a difference between evolution and adaptability. People should train their brains and train their bodies and train everything about them to be easily adaptable to a changing situation. If our universe that we live in is a constantly changing situation, why is it that people live their life as if their life is static? Does that make any sense? Shout out to Tricky Nick. Tricky Nick said there are known knowns and known unknowns, but there are also unknown unknowns, things that we don't know that we don't know. I agree 100%, absolutely. But at the same time, though, right? All of that creates a body of understanding. And there's a difference between a body of quote unquote knowledge versus a quote unquote body of understanding. A lot of times what ends up happening is people become susceptible to quote unquote unknown unknowns. But I believe that you would be less susceptible to unknown unknowns if you operate with the understanding of the possibility of that, so you could be adaptable. And that's where the adaptability comes from. This is why we always, when we have that discussion about the idea of quote unquote nothing, think about the concept of nothing. How would anybody observe that to say that it's a true concept or a false concept? The moment nothing becomes observable, that makes it something, which means that if nothing actually exists, there's not anybody here in our plane of existence that could have ever observed nothing to describe it, which is why if you ask somebody, describe nothing, somebody will say, quote unquote, zero. Zero is different than nothing. Zero is zero. Nothing is completely different. Nothing means there is entirely nothing is unexistence. Absolute unexistence. Take a moment and think about absolute unexistence in your mind and try to visualize it. How would it look? You know what I'm saying? How do you describe it? Somebody describe absolute unexistence. Shout out to Abby. What's good with it, Abby? Now it says it's 66 billion solar masses. That's the mass of this thing. 66 billion solar masses. So what that basically means is that this little dot that's inside of this black hole, which is not really a little dot at all, you know what I'm saying? It's the size of 66 billion suns. So now if think about this, right? How much, talking in terms of units, right? Talking in terms of units, how much energy do you all think that this thing produces? How much energy is this thing producing? Now, see, here goes another question too. What's the chances of that? What's the chances of that Chinese fission sun creating something like this? Yeah, right. Can't even fathom. Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why we need to make sure that we have something like this. Or either at least we have the ability to create the technology where we could scale up and scale down on something like this. And people would say, oh my God, Robb must be stopped. You know what I'm saying? He's absolutely evil. He's consumed with absolute power. See, that's where people get misunderstood. Because I'm not consumed with absolute power. You know what I'm saying? I'm somebody that has lived in an environment where people don't have any power.
Holes are among the most massive objects in the universe. They are the only objects whose gravitational pull is so strong that not even light can escape them. But what's the biggest one in existence? This black hole, named Phoenix A, is so massive that it outweighs our sun by a staggering 100 billion times. Not a single scientist can confirm how this supermassive black hole was formed because of its monstrous size, adding to the infinite mysteries of the universe. This black hole is located within a galaxy.
Now imagine this, to something, somewhere, the universe is small. Oh, that's what's up. I'm glad you like it. So, to something out there somewhere, the universe is small. It has to be because there's a gravitational force being put on our universe.
Galaxy known as Phoenix A, nestled in the Phoenix cluster, located approximately 8.5 billion light-years away from our Earth. And this is not just your typical galaxy. It's one of the most active galaxies ever found in our observable universe, forming stars at an astonishing rate of 740 per year, compared to the 1 star a year rate.
So now let me ask you again, and we've had this before, right? And we got to keep going over this. How is the universe then not a 3D printer? Well, shout out to Tricky Nick. I don't think that a lot of times these are computer generated images. They don't really they don't really take pictures of these things. What they do is they base these on calculations of different things like energy or x-rays or some type of radiation, and then they use the calculations to generate what they believe it will look like. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, did you see and like Interstellar? No, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I've heard of it, though. I might actually check it out tonight if it's on Tubi.
Of our Milky Way. But what makes Phoenix A truly remarkable is a behemoth lurking at its center, a supermassive black hole estimated to be 100 billion times the mass of our sun. This makes it one of the most massive black holes known in the universe. The event horizon of this black hole spans a mind-boggling 590 billion kilometers, or about 100 times the distance between the sun and Pluto.
See, now the thing is with the event horizon, that is where you get the merger of information with physics. Because how do you define an event? What is an event? So now the thing is now check this out, right? Check this out. If you are, think about this. If you are unable to overcome the force of an event horizon, right? Let's just say that you're able to stay static and that the outside elements don't harm you, right? If you go beyond an event horizon, you may never be able to escape an event horizon, right? However, if life is a phenomenon that occurs outside of the event horizon, if life does not exist inside of the event horizon, which I don't believe that it does, and the reason why I don't believe that it does is because time and distance inverse once you go beyond an event horizon, there will be a phenomenon that could possibly be similar to death, but death won't exist in the event horizon because life doesn't exist in the event horizon, but you will be inside of an event horizon. So what there would be some weird funhouse mirror inversion of reality being distorted. And that's how you get all of your spaghettifications and all these other things that take place. There would be you existing in two places simultaneously. So now here's my question. If you exist in two places simultaneously as a result of the laws of physics and not as a result of biology, which conscious would be the one where you would be operating from? How would that work? So see, this now we get into the point of where, see, now we're getting into data and computerization. You know what I'm saying?
The true scale of such an entity is difficult to fathom, but perhaps a more intriguing question is, how did it come to exist? Not from a star, as you might expect. Typically, black holes are formed from the collapse of massive stars. A star begins its life in a state of equilibrium, where the inward force of gravity is balanced by the outward pressure from nuclear fusion in the star's core. This nuclear fusion converts hydrogen into helium, releasing energy in the process. And once a star has exhausted its
now, see, this is what we're talking about right here. Now, mind you, again, this is the formula that the Chinese people have replicated in that artificial sun, and that was able to be sustained for 17 seconds. That they haven't done at Tesla, by the way. And I agree with True Reality. And how many times, shout out to y'all, how many times have I said this about the quote unquote human machinery? You know what I'm saying?
Massive stars. A star begins its...
But again, see, the things that I talk about, though, I would never be able to do because it would be, they would consider it an ethical violation, an ethical dilemma. I don't believe in ethics. I don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? I believe that the ethics are preserving yourself. I don't believe in the ethics that somebody else says this is ethical or not. You know what I'm saying? Those aren't my ethical standards.
Life in a state of equilibrium, where the inward force of gravity is balanced by the outward pressure from nuclear fusion in the star's core. This nuclear fusion converts hydrogen into helium, releasing energy in the process. And once a star has exhausted its supply, it starts to fuse helium and heavier elements. Because each successive stage of fusion occurs more quickly and requires higher temperatures and pressures, eventually the star begins fusing iron to its core. But ion fusion absorbs energy, not release it. This causes a star to run out of the power it needs to counteract the force of gravity. And so, the iron core collapses into itself, causing a supernova explosion, and then a black hole. So why does
So now what happens if that machine that the Chinese people are working on blows up? And like what happens if there's some type of chain reaction that causes something like this? My question is how would they figure it out? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, hit the button. Facts. Shout out to Jaybird. Jaybird said this got me reflecting on BLR4. That channel was OP. Yeah, bro. I got some of that BLR4 stuff. Now that the election is over, bro, we gonna definitely bring it back.
The same process not hold true for the Phoenix A black hole. Phoenix A is so incomprehensibly enormous that it isn't possible to have originated from a star. It is more likely to have been created by the collision of multiple supermassive black holes that formed shortly after the Big Bang, which implies that this could be one of the oldest black holes in the universe. The theory suggests that Phoenix A's black hole is a primordial black hole, possibly among the very first to have formed after the Big Bang. The first stars to form after the Big Bang would have been far more massive than the stars that form today, resulting in larger stellar black holes. If all of those stars collapsed into massive black holes and merged together, the event might have been the catalyst for Phoenix A. But we can't be entirely sure of this theory. The question remains unanswered and continues to intrigue astrophysicists. But despite its apparent age, the Phoenix A black hole does not remain static. It continues to grow, absorbing vast amounts of material and increasing its mass by 60 suns every year. So is Phoenix A the largest black hole in the universe? Given our current knowledge, the answer is yes. But who knows what secrets the universe still keeps for us to discover? The universe, in its infinite grandeur, is a treasure trove of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Despite the monumental strides we've made in space exploration and understanding, we've barely scratched the...
Now think about this. I want y'all to think about this. Why is there no interstellar traffic that ever comes our way? Think about that. Oh, you already know he happy Trump won. Shout out to AW1 Facts. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, wouldn't they have a type of shielding to encase it and rocket beneath it immediately to jettison it in space? I would think they took some precautions. Here's my question: How do you jettison something that has infinite mass into space without infinite energy to do it? How do you do that? And also, how do you contain something that's the ultimate container? Shout out to Tricky Nick. Tricky Nick says, this might be a dumb question, but a black hole is quote unquote just dark matter, right? Now you'll hear different definitions of this. And what's interesting is that these definitions are never checked against each other, right? Now, as far as a quote unquote black hole goes, a black hole is a collapsed star, right? Dark matter is antimatter. I don't know if there's any antimatter that's generated in the collapse of a star. However, I do know for a fact that dark matter is allegedly quote unquote antimatter, right? Like, for instance, there's a particle that's called a positron. A positron is antimatter. A positron is an anti-electron, right? So the way that you detect whether something is antimatter or not is once that substance is collided with the opposite substance, what will happen is, quote unquote, there'll be what's called an energy mass annihilation, right? I don't know if that's the case with the mass material that makes up black holes. Now, some people say, quote unquote, black holes are dark matter. If that's the case, then how is it that they can't calculate any? Because when it comes to dark matter, if you look up the definitions and how dark matter is described, they'll say dark matter has not been calculated. It's just a quote unquote dark force with mass and energy that can be detected, but quote unquote, there's no proof of it. There's proof of black holes. Right. And there's also proof of the life cycle, which means that people know what occurred and what went into those black holes and what caused them. So, no, I don't think that's a dumb question at all. I think it's a complicated question. And I think the reason that the question is complicated is because science has not made a clear distinction, because I don't think that the scientists really know too much about what they're talking about when it comes to those regards. You know what I'm saying?
The surface of the observable universe. As we peer into the abyss of space, we must remember that what we are able to observe and comprehend is merely a fraction of the entirety that is out there. Our instruments can only capture details with a 93 billion light-year bubble, so much more lies beyond that, unreachable and therefore unknowable. But for objects whose gravitation...
It's unreachable and unknowable, quote unquote, to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not unreachable. We don't know somebody, if it's there, like it's reachable to something, right? It's just not reachable to us. Just because it's not reachable to us don't mean that it's unreachable. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, Lucas is crashing out at black folks while wearing a MAGA hat. That's wild, man. I mean, I'm not surprised. Lucas don't like black people, bro. He never has. You know what I'm saying? He'll sit there and say, I'm one. How come you ain't never call yourself an ignorant then? How come you ain't react or review any of your old videos? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Possibly among the very first to have formed after the Big Bang. The first stars to form after the Big Bang would have been far more massive than the stars that form today, resulting in larger stellar black holes. If all of those stars collapsed into massive black holes and merged together, the event might have been the catalyst for Phoenix A. But we can't be entirely sure of this theory. The question remains unanswered and continues to intrigue astrophysicists. But despite its apparent age, the Phoenix A black hole does not remain static. It continues to grow, absorbing vast amounts of material and increasing its mass by 60 suns every year. So is Phoenix A the largest black hole in the universe? Given our current knowledge, the answer is yes. But who knows what secrets the universe still keeps for us to discover? The universe, in its infinite grandeur, is a treasure trove of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Despite the monumental strides we've made in space exploration and understanding, we've barely scratched the surface of the observable.
We haven't made any monumental strides in space travel at all. That's a false statement. There are asteroids flying through space, not only at faster rates than any, vehicle that we've ever made, but that have traveled further distance, and nobody built those, and they just are flying through space. So if you ask me, calling anything that we've done, quote unquote, significant, and we're not even able to compete with the quote unquote natural phenomena of outer space, I don't understand where we get the classification of we've quote unquote done something significant. You know what I'm saying? Did that make any sense? Like, if there's an object that just recently came through our solar system, allegedly, it was the first interstellar object tracked called Oumuamua, right? We've never done anything interstellarly ever, and this is an object that allegedly just it just happened to be there, allegedly. So it's objects that just happen to be there. You know what I'm saying? Just allegedly happened to be there. Right? And it's moving faster than anything we've ever created. Somebody make it make sense.
Universe. As we peer into the abyss of space, we must remember that what we are able to observe and comprehend is merely a fraction of the entirety that is out there. Our instruments.
And again, I don't agree with this either. I don't even see. This is not true. This is not true right here. What we're able to listen again. Space is an entire information network. Everything is captured and recorded, and everything is captured and recorded, and there's a response and a reaction to everything that takes place. Think about this. Your body has DNA, and the DNA is a clear-cut instruction set on how to reproduce and put together certain proteins. This DNA collects information over periods of time and changes certain parts about it. There is a action-reaction feedback loop where certain information is recorded in certain ways, and that information is recorded over time. Now, here go the thing, right? The information is recorded over time based on, depending on where the information happens to be, the interaction with stimulus. When it comes to us, our interaction with stimulus updates whatever the database is that creates the changes and edits on the DNA. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew says, how is crypto changing with the election results? Bro, everybody's wallet is, if you have the same composition of stuff in your wallet as I got, your wallet is up about $1,200. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin just hit a record high. It was $75,000. You know what I'm saying? So now here's my thing. Why do people dismiss that? Because like the thing is that this well, like everything that I'm saying, this is facts. Like it's not deniable, right? But it's never discussed in those terms. It's never discussed in those terms.
As we peer into the abyss of space, we must remember that what we are able to observe.
So the thing is that we are as we go through life, we are collecting data for something, and we don't know what it might be. But whatever it is, that data gets utilized. It gets utilized, and it ain't always utilized by us. Shout out to Yasuk. What's good with it, bro? It's not always utilized by us. But that information is definitely there, and it's definitely recorded. And it becomes part of, I don't know, so some type of just giant database. Clearly. You know what I'm saying? Clearly.
Comprehend is merely a fraction of the entirety that is out there. Our instruments can only capture details with a 93 billion light.
Now here goes the thing. They keep saying our instruments can only capture, right? But if you ask me, we are instruments of something else, and we're capturing this information. We're capturing information. You know what I'm saying? But then again, you know what I'm saying? Like you got to deal with different cultures of people who think that everything revolves around them. Even look at this graphic right here. This ain't how this is not how this looks with the solar system in the center. You know what I'm saying? Like the Big Bang, if the Big Bang is true, the Big Bang didn't originate with the sun. But look at this graphic though. It got the solar system at the center. Like the universe is just here so like to serve us. You know what I'm saying? That's the Elon Musk idea. That's the Elon Musk worldview. You know what I'm saying? The science, like this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like their science itself is gaslighting. Like when Cobra Law said what they said about the science, quote unquote, of particular people, that was a hard line in the G.I. Joe movie, man, because Globulus was right. Look at this. This is a blasphemous representation of the universe. This defiles the infinite nature of the universe. You know what I'm saying? They got the Earth as the same size. This is what they do with Africa. You know what I'm saying? They got Europe at the same size as Africa. Look at this. They got the Earth as the same size as Jupiter. They got Earth bigger than Saturn. They got Earth bigger than the sun. Like, what? What is this, an athmural projection of the universe?
Sheer bubble. So much more lies beyond that, unreachable and therefore unknowable. But for now,
No, it's unreachable and unknowable to people like Elon Musk. Yeah, they be telling us everything. Shout out to Tricky Nick, bro. Facts, they be telling us everything, and this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
The Phoenix A black hole holds the title of the largest in the known universe, showcasing the mind-boggling scales and mysteries the universe.
Now, shout out to y'all. See, this is Planet 9, Undiscovered Planet World. Yeah. Now, I don't know if y'all seen my video about Planet 9, but y'all should. It's in the Discord. It's on you know what I'm saying? It's on unlisted on YouTube. If you watch the right playlist, you might find it, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said it represents their delusional. This is crash out protection. Facts. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but just the assumption that we actually have a purpose is I mean, we don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? That's an assumption. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, there has to be something. There really don't, though. People people always say there has to be more, but like the evidence thus far kind of says that there's not more. Like the evidence kind of shows that, like, I don't know, like maybe like space is big, right? And it kind of seemed like it would make sense that there would be life all over the place, right? But as of right now, it's not really a lot of tangible evidence that really kind of suggests that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tricky Nick. Tricky Nick says, Rob, do you believe in aliens? My mentality is that if we're here, there must be other beings out here too. I don't necessarily believe in that logic. I do believe that the Fermi paradox is reasonable, but I have issues with the idea of aliens. I have issues with a lot of the ideas of a lot of these things, and the reason why is just based on the simple idea of the lack of interaction between the Earth and alleged outer space. For infinite mass that surrounds the planet Earth with infinite amount of material in it, lots of material concentrated around where we are, there's very little interaction between us and that material. I don't know how that, like, that's just odd. It doesn't statistically make any sense. Shout out to Patrick. Yeah, the Fermi paradox. Y'all got to look. I'm about to talk shit now. Y'all got to get y'all science game up. See, problem of the lack of evidence for alien life. The Fermi paradox is the discrepancy between the lack of conclusive evidence of advanced extraterrestrial life and the apparent likelihood of its existence. Those affirming the paradox generally conclude that if conditions are required for abneogenesis are as permissive as available evidence on Earth indicates, then extraterrestrial life would be sufficiently common such that it would be implausible for it to have not been detected yet. And again, this is under the assumption that, you know, This is under the assumption that humans have technology superior to be able to detect any of these things. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you ask me, to me, like the Fermi paradox is kind of advanced for certain problems that exist that kind of haven't really been certain problems that exist that kind of haven't been touched. You know what I'm saying? Because there's certain problems that exist that haven't been touched, but we just gonna jump and say, well, you know, we just gonna deal with the Fermi paradox. We just gonna deal with the Fermi paradox. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tricky Nick. Tricky Nick said we getting scientifical than the mother in here, bro. When I tell y'all that I'm a villain, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell y'all I'm serious. I don't be making this shit up. I've been studying all this kind of stuff for all my life. You know what I'm saying? My entire life. If you ask me, there's flaws with Fermi paradox, right? Because before we make any type of assumption of any type of likelihood, if you ask me, the first thing that we have to deal with is we have to deal with what we already know and what we can prove, right? And again, this is them skipping, right? Not utilizing their own science. That will be Occam's razor, right? The simplest explanation is usually the most likely. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, what if other species are at the same level of tech as we are? Also, what if it does exist, but Earth is in a jurisdiction of a superior species and no one else can come into their territory? Now, there's where you get into the Bible shit. There's where you get into the Bible shit. Because there was something like that referenced in the Bible. But again, people claim that they believe in the Bible, but then they actually don't believe the shit that the Bible says. Right? Like the Bible said that, quote unquote, Satan, quote unquote, is the king, quote unquote, of this planet and is the king of this, quote unquote, realm and the sector of this realm. And in the Bible, there was actually a meeting, quote unquote, of all these, quote unquote, different realms and shit. And Satan came, quote unquote, as the representative of Earth. Right? So now here go the thing, right? If you tie science and religion together, what you said, there's no actual physical evidence of it, right? But there is something referenced similar to that in the Bible. But the people that believe in the Bible don't believe that shit. Even though it's right there in the Bible. But that's because then you start saying, well, this is what I'm saying. I don't really believe this the way that y'all believe it. Y'all are sitting here saying that this is all this kind of magic and shit like that. And I'm telling you that there's some scientific phenomena here that people that didn't understand science were trying to explain. Because there's no such thing as supernatural. If nature is the realm that we live in, and the realm that we live in is surrounded by the universe, supernatural is completely undetectable by anybody. There can be no such thing as supernatural. It's another false term. Supernatural would be a parallel universe. You know what I'm saying? Because supernatural would be outside of the realm of the universe. You know what I'm saying? So now, as far as like, quote unquote, other species, quote unquote, at the same level of tech as we are, again, if you ask me, the universe itself, however it existed, however it came into existence, the container that we live in is at a higher level of tech than we are. And there's nobody that created, there's nobody that can be linked to that, right? As of right now, right? So to me, that already proves that there's higher levels of tech. We're looking at things that we allegedly don't understand, but they're here, which means that they formed somehow, which means that they're outside of our existence, or which means that they're outside of our understanding, which means that they're higher than us. So like, see, like me, I don't look at humanity as like superior, or like I don't look at humanity as being like just amazing anything. I just see shit for what it is. I don't have a need to hold on to like any type of fake attachment to like this perceived idea of human greatness. We don't even get to where we perceive ourselves in these movies that we make. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not even at those levels yet of any of that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, here goes my question, right? How can, if there's organisms that in their natural existence evade our detection, how can we possibly be superior? If you ask me, these when it comes to like talks of, first and foremost, what would we be superior to? If for one, there's nothing, we haven't even proven that there's anything else out there, right? So if there's not anything else out there other than nature, what is our comparison basis of? What are we comparing? We're superior to what? We're not superior to the sun, right? You know what I'm saying? China can only do nuclear fusion for 17 seconds. You know what I'm saying? The sun has been doing it for billions of years. Sun is outdoing humanity, and there's at least no perceived intelligent driving force behind it, right? So I just see things as they are. You know what I'm saying? So as far as like, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, and to me, like, more evidence proves that there's structures on the planet right now that current technology has a difficult time or barely is able to replicate. The fact that those things exist, they exist here on Earth, which would mean that if that technology is more advanced than what we could do currently, right, thousands of years ago, that still shows evidence that even amongst people on Earth, there's a huge technological gap of capability from now to the past. You know what I'm saying? But now and my thing is also, right, I think that it is people's human duty to maximize their potential and attempt to understand as much as they can. And if you ask me, we are severely failing in that area. And I don't think most people are even concerned about it. People aren't concerned about it until the achievements and comparisons of other groups of people are made to us. And then people get in their feelings and shit like that. But again, like I said, you know, as far as feelings go, good machines don't have feelings. You know what I'm saying? Good people have feelings. Good machines don't. You know what I'm saying? So the thing to me is that the pursuit of this type of information, right, it creates an ability to be competitive on many different fronts. And this is one of the reasons why I'm not impressed with Elon Musk. Because if you ask me, if Elon Musk was actually impressive, he would be doing a lot more. You know what I'm saying? Terraforming Mars is common sense to anybody that's actually into that kind of thing. But there's other places that could be terraformed too. You know what I'm saying? And in his little pea brain, he's not even really talking about that type of stuff. Like, nobody's talking about trying to even reach or terraform Europa. Europa is a planet that could be terraformed possibly too. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not mistaken, I think Europa is a moon of Jupiter. It's either a moon of Jupiter or Saturn. I can't remember right now. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've, you know what I'm saying, been in the astrology phase. But like, yeah, nah, he's not a scientist or an engineer. No. This is what I'm saying. He's making all of his stuff is stuff that he saw in movies. You know what I'm saying? The Jetson shit. Bro, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Elon Musk ain't on no damn villain time. You know what I'm saying? He ain't even smart enough to be on villain time. But everybody gives him credit for it. Now, you guys remember when we were talking about those quote-unquote organids? Who remembers about those organids? Hold on. Growing these organs in a lab to create an organic computer like Krang on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, Europa is a moon of Jupiter. Yeah, I thought it was a moon of Jupiter. Europa could solve the water crisis. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, you know, most people ain't thinking on them terms. Now look at this. Organid intelligence. Organid intelligence is an emerging field of study in computer science and biology that develops and studies biological computing using 3D cultures of human brain cells or human brain organids and brain-machine interface technologies. Such technologies may be referred to as OIs. So what they could do is they could grow like a cloned Albert Einstein brain in a cloned Nikola Tesla brain and fuse them together and put it into a machine interface with artificial intelligence and come up with some type of supercomputer. Now, this kind of thing right here is another thing that makes death outdated. Shout out to Patrick Taylor. Yeah, Patrick Taylor. Yeah. Europa is completely made of ice and water, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Differences with non-organic computing. As opposed to traditional non-organic silicon-based approaches, OI seeks to use lab-grown cerebral organids. All right, so you're going to be growing a brain, and this brain will be a computer because a brain automatically is a computer. You know what I'm saying? See, a neutral or brain organid. See? To serve as biological hardware, which is what we are anyway. These people think that they come up with these grand ideas that already exist. Scientists hope that such organids can provide faster, more efficient, and more powerful computing power than regular silicon-based computing and AI, while requiring only a fraction of the energy. However, while these structures are still far from being able to think like a regular human brain and do not yet possess any strong computing capabilities, OI research currently offers the potential to improve understanding of brain development, learning, memory, and potentially finding treatments for neurological disorders such as dementia. Also, such as what? Being human? You know what I'm saying? Now, let's just take a look real quick and see what this cerebral organid is. And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. See this? A cerebral organoid. A cerebral or neural brain organoid describes an artificially grown in vitro tissue resembling parts of the human brain. Neural organoids are created by culturing pluripotent stem cells into a three-dimensional culture that can be maintained for years. The brain is an extremely complex system of heterogeneous tissues and consists of a diverse array of neurons and glial cells. This complexity has made studying the brain and understanding how it works a difficult task in neuroscience, especially when it comes to neurodevelopmental and neurodegenerative diseases. And that's there's problems there. You know what I'm saying? We had to discuss those one day. But that's because people don't really truly understand the way that the brain is and the way that the brain works. They also don't understand the central nervous system. And they don't understand the peripheral nervous system and the way that things interact there. And again, this is more proof that there's an information network, right? So anyway, it says the purpose of creating an in vitro neurological model is to study these diseases in more of a defined setting. And that's not true. Another reason why they're doing that is because they're trying to figure out how to transfer consciousness from hardware to hardware, right? If you're able to transfer consciousness, if you can isolate a human consciousness and transfer it from a human brain to a machine or from a human brain to an organid, effectively, if you can isolate the consciousness, it's the body that dies. We don't even know where or what the consciousness is. You know what I'm saying? Now, look, I'm going to ask you guys this question. Where or what is the consciousness? We don't know where it is, but we know it's an information set. So if that information can be transferred like an upload or a download, right? Now, if you think about this, if you ask me, a natural death would be an upload, right? And a birth is a download. But it's still a cycle of information flow. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says that this 3D model is free of many potential in vitro limitations. The varying physiology between human and other mammalian models limits the scope of animal studies in neurological disorders. So again, for a lot of this stuff, you have to look at humans. Now, this is where you get into those science experiments that go wrong and these type of viruses create like zombieism and stuff like that. Neural organoids contain several types of nerve cells and have an anatomical feature and structure that replicates regions of the nervous system. Some neural organoids are most similar to neurons of the cortex, in some cases the retina, spinal cord, thalamus, and hippocampus. Other neural organoids are unguided and contain a diversity of neural and non-neural cells. Stem cells have the potential to grow into many different types of tissue, and their fate is dependent on many factors. Below is an image showing some of the chemical factors that can lead to stem cells to differentiate into various neural tissues. A more in-depth table of generating specific organoid identity has been published. Similar techniques are used on stem cells to grow cerebral organoids. All right, so you guys can see these right here. See, these are different kind of cells. See, these ones that look like a star, those are called astrocytes. These are neurons. These little things that come off of them are called dendrites. The big central part is called an axon. You know what I'm saying? And the little parts, they have what's called on a myelin sheath. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality says you can read these big science words, no issue, but be tripping over other words. I'm going to teach you. That's because I'm a villain and because this is the shit that I prioritize. You know what I'm saying? This is the shit that I prioritize. So, you know, one thing that when it comes now again, right? When it comes to this kind of stuff, one of the things that people really concentrate on the neuron, on the nerve cell, right? They concentrate on these nerve cells, but they don't really concentrate. Shout out to DJ Elmo on the maintenance of the myelin sheath and how the nerve cells interact with the myelin sheath. You know what I'm saying? The myelin sheath is extremely important to the nerve cell. You know what I'm saying? But there's not much maintenance of it. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Now, see, I'm going to show you guys this real quick. How many people have ever heard of an astrocytoma? If you ever heard of an astrocytoma, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, give me a thumbs down. Now, see, for the most part, an astrocytoma is basically a reproduction disease of an astrocyte. They call it, like I said, they call it an astrocyte because it looks like a star. You see these little things right here, how they look like stars? See these little branches that come off of them? Those branches are called dendrites. And actually, dendrites are what branches are called. So when you see a tree, you know what I'm saying? The branches are called dendrites. So now this article here, I just grabbed some article from some medical school. This is from the University of Texas. It says, what is astrocytoma and how is it different from glioblastoma? Well, astrocytoma is in an astrocyte and glioblastoma is in a glial cell. There you go. There goes your answer. You know what I'm saying? There goes your answer right there, right? So let's see how right that is. What is an astrocytoma? An astrocytoma is a type of brain tumor. An astrocytoma brain tumor grows from astrocytes. So there you go. See, that was pretty easy. See how easy that was? Astrocytes are glial cells. Glial cells support the function of the nervous system. Glial cells are found in the brain, spinal cord, and elsewhere throughout the nervous system. Astrocytoma is a type of glioma, a brain tumor. All right. So now the difference between an astrocytoma and a gliocytoma is that astrocytomas are specific to the brain. Gliocytomas are different types of cytomas that can occur in glial cells all throughout the nervous system. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? Simple as that, right? Now, they'll sit there and tell you that shit is hard, but it's not hard. You know what I'm saying? But why is that important? That is important because let's just say you have a 3D printer and your 3D printer can print you out an organid if you found out from the doctor that you have a glioblastoma or if you have an astrocytoma. They'll print you out one of these organids, remove the astrocytoma from your brain, and implant the organid that was grown from your own stem cells. And that'll be an industry. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew says define tumor, off subject. If you don't want to if you don't, well, off subject, don't if you don't want to. A ram whose horn grows into skull, is that a tumor? I wouldn't call that a tumor. For one, tumors have to do with quote unquote abnormal, right? A tumor has to do with a quote unquote abnormal growth pattern. I don't think it's an abnormal growth pattern for a ram to have a horn growing quote unquote out of its skull. Or even if a horn grows quote unquote into a skull, that wouldn't necessarily be a quote unquote tumor. When it comes to a quote unquote tumor, there's different criteria. There's size, there's a degree of aggression, right? And there's quote unquote ranges of normalcy, right? Shout out to Alonzo. So if a ram had a horn that grew into its skull, I would say that was a growth defect or a growth anomaly, right? Now, if the skull had abnormal cells that continue to multiply and it causes a skull deformity, then we could explore that possibly being a quote unquote tumor, right? So the thing is that tumors have different behavior than a quote unquote normal structure. You know what I'm saying? See, and I'm gonna show y'all right here. See, tumor is a swelling of a part of the body, right? Generally without inflammation, caused by an abnormal growth tissue, whether benign or malignant, right? So you got all of those criteria that I just listed. Abnormal, growth pattern, and acceleration, right? So now the thing is that you have to look at those criteria and then ask the question, do those things fit the criteria? And then you would be able to, and then if they do fit the criteria, you could explore whether it's a tumor or not. But even if it fits the criteria, it may not be a tumor. You still have to kind of, you know what I'm saying, do other stuff like biopsies and different things like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, my sister has 2 brain tumors removed, once in elementary and then in middle school. That's good that they got them removed. Did they biopsy them and test them and see what was going on with the type of tumor that it was? Hopefully they did. Hopefully they got some good information from the biopsy. Now, you know, again, right, if you ask me, see that again, now we're going down another rabbit hole as far as like quote unquote that like talking about the tumors and stuff like that. Because if you ask me, those tumors, like some of those tumors that get removed from people, those should actually be put on ice and saved, and like they can actually be used in certain situations for like an organ transplant, especially certain ones that secrete certain hormones. Now, it's all kind of interesting stuff, right? Like, you know, they got the comic books and all that, you know what I'm saying? Deadpool has the cancer, and the cancer that Deadpool, quote unquote, has, that's the reason why he's able to heal himself so quickly, quote unquote. The healing factor is different than Wolverine's, quote unquote, mutant ability. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Hold on real quick. Real quick, if y'all haven't hit the like button yet, take a moment and hit the like button. Also, if y'all haven't shared the stream, take a moment, share the stream. Let me see. Now, shout out to crew. Yeah, not with this right here. That wouldn't be a tumor. You know what I'm saying? And this right here is not the horn growing into the ram's head. Somehow something happened and this ram had an impact injury. And this horn went into where it went into his head. That's not that right there. That's not from growth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know where that picture was taken, but this isn't. It didn't quote unquote grow into his head like this. And the thing is like you can tell, and the reason how you can tell is because you can look at this tissue right here, and you can tell that there's been trauma to the tissue. It's different if you look at where it's growing out of his head at the top. It looks completely different than where it's going into the eye, and it's going into the eye like that from trauma, not from a growth pattern. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, now some people are saying that the black vote is worthless and are big upping the Latino vote. Is it black people that's saying that? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, tumor survives angiogenesis. I read EGCG from green tea destroys tumor blood vessels, hence cell apoptosis. Possible. I'm not familiar with ECGC. I'm gonna have to check out that chemical. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna definitely have to check out that chemical. So let me see. So where are we at? See, now we're getting into some like ridiculously complex stuff. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this basically like you see this. So this is basically showing you how to cultivate these cultures. You know what I'm saying? Use these stem cells and all of that. Right. But the important thing is this idea of quote unquote organid intelligence. Right. And again, all this stuff came down to I'm just not impressed with Elon Musk. And the reason why I'm not impressed with Elon Musk is because with all the money and all the resources that Elon Musk has, it's disappointing that he doesn't do more. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said, yeah, my only question is, would you consider that malformed horn a tumor? Nah, I wouldn't consider it. I wouldn't consider that a tumor. It doesn't look like the horn is out. It doesn't look like there's anything abnormal about the horn other than the fact that the horn, you know what I'm saying, went through the face somehow. Now, I don't know, like the thing is like the horn, like think about this, right? What that horn is doing is the same thing as an ingrown toenail is doing. So would people consider an ingrown toenail a tumor? No. You know what I'm saying? Or like a fingernail, right? Like if your fingernails grow and they grow real long, they start to have a real weird growth pattern and they start to curl and they curl under. And that could possibly cause damage to the soft tissue that they're around. Does that make them a tumor? No. If I did chemotherapy or if I did radiation therapy, it wouldn't change any of that. You know what I'm saying? If I took a sample of it and I tested the sample and did a biopsy, there's not going to be an abnormal growth pattern. There's also not going to be stem cells present. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. I wouldn't even say that it's a genetic defect. Me personally, I wouldn't say that. And the reason why I wouldn't say that is because a lot of times when it comes to goats, when it comes to any of those type of things, if they're grown in a domestic setting, sometimes people do things to manipulate the growth pattern of the horns. They can straighten the horns out. They can make the horns point a certain kind of way by putting certain kind of braces on them and stuff like that. And a lot of times things will not, if there's nothing outside, no outside intervention to kind of change the direction of where the horns are going, they can possibly grow in weird ways. So I wouldn't even say it's a genetic defect. How would we say it's a genetic defect if we don't know what the standard genetics are? You know what I'm saying? And these goats that you're talking about, these are goats that are quote unquote grown by people. So that means that they're grown in a domestic, they're grown in a domestic capacity. So if they're grown in a domestic capacity, we'd have to compare what goes on domestically to what goes on, you know, in nature, and look at the differences and see which of those differences is affected by being in a habitat managed by a human versus a habitat managed by that animal. You know what I'm saying? It's like cats getting declawed and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Or like a cat that hasn't had its nails trimmed or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times, like with dogs and cats, if they don't get their nails trimmed, the claws can grow kind of weird, and it'll cause them pain, and it don't grow in a way that would be favorable to being able to walk. Why is that? It could be because walking on carpet is different than walking on land. So if you're walking on land, you might have some type of mechanism where you naturally filing your nails, right? But if you're walking on carpet, the carpet is softer, and you might not necessarily sharpen or file your claws by walking on carpet. So then they grow abnormally long, and then it can, you know what I'm saying? If it's abnormally long, then there can be impact with places where there wouldn't usually be impact. You know what I'm saying? So that would be my answer. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is that you always have to look at what the normal situation could be, and then versus situations that have been manipulated versus situations that haven't been manipulated. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Crew. Crew says declawed cats and dogs are why wild animals eat folks' pets. And it's also why if a pet gets away, a lot of times they come back, you know, beat up and battered because they can't defend themselves. But they still got that natural reflex. So like if your cat been declawed and next thing you know it's by a dumpster and it's a whole bunch of raccoons, that cat is going to actually fight like it has claws and not realize like you don't even have no claws. You know what I'm saying? Like you went to a gunfight. You went to a gunfight with a knife for the most part, and you finna get fucked up. You know, yeah, exactly. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. That's why house cats need a scratching post. I don't know enough about rams to know if rams do anything, but I do know that the material that makes up the ram is very similar. Like the actual ram part is similar to a mix between a fingernail and a bone. So they're made actually, and it's external. So there may need to be some type of maintenance or some type of guidance to how it's grown. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that would be my answer to that. And the thing is that when it comes to those type of things, the answer is always contingent on the environment and the way that the organism interacts with the environment. And also it has to do with what's normal, what occurs most likely in an organism versus something that's quote unquote abnormal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see, Crew says rams bumping heads is sharpening horns. They must. If that's the case, then that shows you right there that those rams that got that condition, they might not do that, or they might do it less. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they antlers like deers. Yeah, facts. You know what I'm saying? You know, so you know, a situation that your body may have that causes self-harm is not necessarily indicative of a quote unquote tumor. You know what I'm saying? A tumor is specific, and for the most part, one of the most defining things of a quote unquote tumor is the fact that for the most part, stem cells will be detectable. You know what I'm saying? Stem cells will be detectable. And again, these like I said, I've been doing this. I've been studying this kind of stuff for years. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, I don't have a degree in science. I don't have any type of degrees. You know what I'm saying? My degrees aren't in like biology or any of that. But as far as biology, as far as chemistry, as far as physics, as far as any of them, listen, I've had conversations with medical doctors, you know what I'm saying, academics, research scientists, and I can hang with the best of them. The best. Like Will Smith, the best of the best of the best, sir. You know what I'm saying? So being that I frequently talk to these kind of people, I'd like, you know, like you don't really hear a lot of these people really big upping Elon Musk and stuff like that. Now, shout out to Crew. A tumor doesn't necessarily damage a host. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't necessarily do that. You know what I'm saying? No, I mean, I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily do that. For one, like there's different classifications. Like a tumor can be benign or it can be malignant. And even if it's benign or malignant, with medical intervention, it really depends on each case by case basis. A lot of times them type of things are really hard to classify. You know what I'm saying? But they do have classifications though. And for the most part, it's not really necessarily the tumor, whether it's malignant or benign, that causes the damage. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times the tumors secrete chemicals. The chemicals that tumors secrete can cause the damage. Or it depends if it's a tumor that's benign. A benign tumor can cause issues depending on where it's at. And a malignant tumor can cause issues depending on the parts of the body that it's attached to and where it's going versus where it grows. The actual formation of a tumor doesn't kill or harm anybody. What it affects and the failure that it causes of where it's attached to or what it's near or what it's causing to deform, that's what usually causes the person the harm. You know what I'm saying? If you got a thyroid hormone secreting tumor and you already got hypothyroidism, that's going to cause you issues. You know what I'm saying? It's going to cause you issues because now you're going to really have hypothyroidism. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why is because it's going to put more thyroid stimulating hormone into your bloodstream, more than your thyroid gland, more than your, you know what I'm saying? You could possibly have like parathyroidism. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I wish I was a science major. You know what I'm saying? I majored in information systems. You know what I'm saying? But like I've been studying all sciences since I learned how to read. You know what I'm saying? Like on an advanced, like I read those books that don't have no pictures in them, that just got all math formulas. You know what I'm saying?
Men and women, rural and urban, and we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters: union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great.
Now, I'm telling y'all, when it come to all of this, when it come to Trump and all this, man, there's gonna be so much hypocrisy. There's gonna be so much hypocrisy. There's gonna be so much hypocrisy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, one question: what would be the best field? Shout out to Jim Crow. Jim Crow Joe said Robb beat up Diddy when he offered him the casting couch deal. Man, I would have lit Diddy up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Crew said, what would be the best field you would tell your friend, son, brother to go into? Honestly, bro, like that's a good question, man. And I really wish that I had the answer. Honestly, I would say artificial intelligence and advanced computer engineering, advanced computer science, or advanced electrical engineering. Or I would say get some type of combination education or some type of combination degree, like biological electronic engineering or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But I would also first say go into something that you enjoy and something that you love. You know what I'm saying? You know, like, you know, people don't necessarily have to, you know, like, people don't necessarily have to go into some field because they think that it's like, you know, some type of degree of difficulty is going to guarantee them some type of success. You know, you could be somebody that loves cookies, you know what I'm saying? And like, you come up with some cookie recipe that's just people can't stop eating it like crack. That's better than going into, you know what I'm saying, any type of automation or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, what my advice to anybody would be, everything that you do what you do that contributes to making your life the most livable. Sometimes you could have a job that pays $300,000 a year and like you'll be miserable. But you could have a job that pays $20,000 a year, and if you got the things that you need and everything is cool and you really, really enjoy your job, that matters. That matters. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes people got to know when to like, sometimes like people will be like, you need to go into this field, you need to go into this field, you need to go into that field. Sometimes you gotta understand, the idea is always to push people into their ideal life, not to push people into the idea of where you think the most money could be made. Remember, when you give people advice, like, one thing that people do when they give advice is people always tend to give advice for what they wish that they had done, or what they wish that they would have did, or what they wish that they had done. Sometimes when you give advice, you got to step back and remember you're giving advice to another person, and you got to be like, you got to do what makes you happy. I've had friends that I thought would be like great at certain other things, and they just didn't want to go in that direction. And I'd be like, you know what? You got to do what makes you happy. You got to go where your heart is at. You know what I'm saying? You'll be able to optimize your talents where you are the most pleasant. I don't think that people are able to optimize their talents when and where they're miserable. And if you ask me, that's one of the reasons why, you know what I'm saying, we have so many issues here in the United States, because the United States was created to maintain our misery. You know what I'm saying? So people always ask the question, well, you know, why y'all got a chip on y'all shoulder, or why y'all this, or why y'all that? You know what I'm saying? If you don't know what time it is, you know what I'm saying, better look at a watch. You know what I mean? Shout out to Crew. Crew says, get a degree in what you like. But I mean, that's even if you decide to get a degree. You know what I'm saying? That might not be the answer for everybody, a degree. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, to me, in this day and age, in this future that we live in, you know what I'm saying, a degree doesn't guarantee you anything. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and shout out to AW1. Bro, they've been doing that now. They've been doing that now. That's what they're going to keep doing. And the Republicans are going to cater to them too. Here's the thing. Both the Democrats and the Republicans want to act like we're invisible, right? So when it comes to how we get down, when it comes to each other, we should be very visible. And when it comes to them begging for something because they're choking, starving, and dying, then we become very invisible. And we make them very invisible too. You know what I'm saying? To me, right? If you ask me, it's an embarrassment if you let other people's prosperity politics cause you to fall out with people that you cool with or people that you care about. I could never fall out with nobody over politics. I could never fall out over Donald Trump making Elon Musk a rich man. I could never do it. I couldn't find a justification. It's illogical to me. I couldn't find a reason to ever do that. I can't get mad. I can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't argue with somebody over some trickle down Chad benefits. And you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fall out with somebody that, you know, I'm cool with, or somebody that has my interest in mind because of, you know what I'm saying, some political stuff that is not even built to, you know what I'm saying, facilitate my prosperity. What I'm gonna do is we're going to take vengeance on this entire establishment that was created to destroy us. You know what I'm saying? I'm not never going to celebrate anything out of politics in the United States, and I'm definitely never going to fall out with people that have always looked out for my best interest and been cool with me as a result of some politics. Now the thing is that, you know, you can't control what other people do. Somebody else might crash out on you on some politics, but I definitely ain't about to. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely not about to crash out on nobody over no politics. Shout out to Leonard. Leonard said Elon canceled his rally because the robots was glitching again. Elon just can't get it right. And that's because, you know, like they said on the Transformers, only human. You know what I'm saying?
Great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years. We had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. Yeah. But we had no wars. They said. Yeah,
I agree. Now, it's interesting. Yeah. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, I ain't worried about the Dems or the Republicans. Yes, the Dems are going to chase the Latino vote, the Asian vote, the Muslim and the LGBTQ vote. Of course, that mythological white vote that chase every election. Yeah. And if you ask me, this is one of the reasons, again, people need to insulate themselves from the political system, if you ask me. We don't need to be long. We don't need to be long. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I don't care about these people or playing in the sandbox with them. I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? They can act like I'm invisible. I could give a fuck less. You know what I'm saying? What we need to do is we need to be able to have any of the means that's necessary to be able to give a hard deflect on any time any of these people try to cause any type of issues with anything we got going on. That's the only thing. The only thing that we need to do is increase any type of ability to be able to inflict hard, sustainable damage. That's it. Right. Shout out to Win, Lose a Rug. He said no wars like sanctions aren't war. Bro, facts. They got a whole definition of what economic warfare is. As a matter of fact, all you got to do is look at look at what goes on with black people in the United States and then compare that to the definition of economic warfare. And you will see who else is the victims of economic warfare. You know what I'm saying?
He will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people.
Yeah. There is no destiny for the United States, and there is no future for his quote unquote people. You know what I'm saying? The destiny of the United States, that's a rumble conversation. But see the red, white, and blue and all those different colors and all that, the red floor that they were standing on. The United States has already run its course. There was a course that was actually designed for the United States. You know what I'm saying? And the United States has already run its course. Now, what you have here is you have people holding on, like people want to hold on to past glory. You know what I'm saying? And you know, again, that's cool, right? But how sustainable is it? I guess only time will tell. make no mistake, when these people had these kind of conversations and you look up on that stage, when he's talking about quote unquote destiny, quote unquote, for his people, quote unquote, you know how people always be like, oh, that's not a black discussion. You see this shit right here that we're watching? Make no mistake, in case anybody was ever confused or mixed up, this definitely ain't a black discussion. This is a discussion about quote unquote Trump and his quote unquote people. And now, as much as people want to hop on that quote unquote MAGA bandwagon because they feel, for whatever reason, you know what I'm saying, they feel rejected, alone, and they want to be part of the American fuckery, ain't nobody talking about y'all. Y'all ain't part of that shit. Your destiny that they have in mind for you is for you to work for Elon Musk, not to compete with Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? Their destiny is for you to always look at things in terms of black entrepreneur or black unemployment, not black entrepreneurship. Trump is like, you know, Elon Musk, you give me a good nod, I'm going to give you all these contracts. And then I'm going to sit there and say, this doesn't affect the racial wealth gap in any way because I can. My question is, when do people want to deal with that? Because I don't think people want to deal with this. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hate to be the you know, like the bearer of bad news and stuff like that, but it's a bunch. There's some people that actually think that they won something tonight. You know what I'm saying? As far as the Democrats getting a message levied to them, that's a zero-sum game. Yeah, Nina Turner was going hard. She used to be a representative in Ohio, if I'm not mistaken. But she a Democrat too, though. You know what I'm saying? Here goes my question. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Here's my. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. Who cares about where the United States would be? The only thing that I care about is where we would be, and we're not inexplicably quote unquote attached to the United States in its current form. When I look at things in terms of success, I never look at it in terms of American success because America don't look at me in terms of no success. I only look at it in terms of our success. I have no, you know what I'm saying? Like, if the United States wants to play fair and they benefit from some shit we're doing while we play fair, if you ask me, like, that's cool. But the United States in its current form now, I you know what I'm saying? I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tricky Nick. Tricky Nick said, we got to go harder. I heard a black woman talk about how they do our black women during birth, and it made me so mad. I shed a tear for real. Yeah, you got to read some of them books about like the infant mortality rate and like medical apartheid. Shout out to DJ Elmo if he's still in here. You know what I'm saying? But again, like, these problems could easily, like, these problems could easily be solved. For the most part, you can set up a barrier where you're not even really dealing with those people if you don't want to, but people don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, no, I agree. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Patrick. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, Rob, your prize is that you can make more videos off this. Bro, You know, I laugh and joke about making the videos and shit, but like what actually would be nice is, you know what I'm saying, to see some implementation of some of these things and to see some of these seemingly impossible barriers get broken down. You know what I'm saying? I could make 1 million videos. You know what I'm saying? I want to see the top 10 companies on the New York Stock Exchange or on the NASDAQ be Black-owned companies with products that's necessary for DARPA to be able to function. And if they don't, it'll be under the threat that, you know what I'm saying, we taking the offers from the highest bidders. Because we got the company positioned like an international company, so the United States can't really restrict on if we sell or not. Listen, be able to buy Facebook or something like that and directly compete and directly go to war with Elon Musk and his apartheid ass and put Twitter all the way the hell out of business and then just make Twitter a hieroglyphic joke. You know what I'm saying? Make statues of all these people with their faces all deformed and upside down and put them all around, you know what I'm saying? Black light industrial. And had a means to do it. Shout out to DSA. That's what people gotta, if you ask me, that's what people gotta be on. None of this stuff is impossible. The fact is that, I don't know, like, I don't know. I'm gonna tell you guys something. I've just from observation, right? I've seen what's been going on for like the last 10, 15 years, and people made a good like none of this is a mistake. They did a good job of laying the groundwork of seeing their quote unquote culture get out of control and get lost. And they've done a good job of quote unquote reeling people in. The Congressional Black Caucus, all of the celebrities, Hollywood people, these people either need to be controlled or they need to get completely excommunicated. Step number one, there needs to be stepwise plan. Step two, we need to start knocking trees down. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Niecy. What's good with it, Miss Niecy? We need to start knocking trees down. And step three, people need to visibly start passing up dealing with what looks like quote unquote greater society to break bread with each other. Shout out to Ricky Guillory. What's good with you, bro? Ricky said, so Kamala Harris struggling with young black male voters and white women are not part of the quality control. They voted for Donald Trump. I ain't mad at them. Shout out to them. And that's good that a lot of the black male voters are not part of the quality control. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Caldona. If you ask me, we should be able to be wherever we want to. And we need to make it where there's no one that can systemically harm us, and that is us that's doing it. We're going to be the ones controlling the direction of the harm. So we do whatever we want to. You know what I'm saying? We go wherever we want. That's, if you ask me, that's got to be the mentality. Shout out to Leonard. Leonard said they're eating their cat. They're not even eating cats and dogs, bro. They eating their moms and dads in Kentucky. You know what I'm saying? In Kentucky, they eating their moms. You know what I'm saying? They eating their parents in Kentucky. That's JD Vance's area over there.
Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
God spared his life for a reason. I think it's ironic, like the hubris, you know what I'm saying? to even think that God spared just your life, like you're the most important person. Like if there was a whole bunch of people all over the place, that God would have just spared your life. If there's a God, it would have chose to spare your life. And shout out to AW1. AW1 said, I hope that you do a reaction video on the crash outs tomorrow on your other channel and open up the StreamYard. Yeah, bro. If I'm able to, if I get up early, I want to hit that Kamala Harris speech right when she go live. But I gotta catch some of them crash outs, and I'm a for sure. You know what I'm saying? I'm for sure hit some of them crash outs. If y'all want me to drop the StreamYard link, I'll put it in the Discord. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? When I do the crash out streams. Because it's gonna be crash outs all this week. Honestly, there might not be though. They might just, I think maybe people like Roland Martin might crash out a little bit, but like I think that all the other people in the media, they're gonna try to have like a controlled appearance to make it look like they're just taking everything in stride. And they ain't taking everything in stride. Like they mad. They big mad. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, shout out to everybody watching, man. I appreciate y'all. We out here killing it. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share this stream to your social media. Shout out to Vincent. What's good with it, bro? Yo, I haven't looked at crypto since I've been on. Y'all see, man, I told y'all, I promised y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? If y'all hooked your boy up, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I gotta make up the losses. You know what I'm saying? We would do a ton of content. I hope that y'all feel like y'all gained the value that I promised y'all with this extra stream. I hope that I have delivered in that way. You know what I'm saying?
And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This
is the Black Free Thinker.
The most important job
I appreciate
in the world.
it, AW1.
Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises.
Listen, shout out to Leonard. You know what I'm saying? I heard that Roland Martin has been seen stuffing his face into a box of cream-filled donuts, eating them hastily to deal with the stress of the Kamala Harris defeat. You know what I'm saying? I heard he just like ducking his head, like playing a game of like, shout out to Yo-Yo Queen. What's good with it? Like a game of bobbing for apples, but he bobbing for cream-filled donuts and just powder all over his forehead, and he's tripping and sweating and cussing everybody all out, and just, you know what I'm saying, head all inside the box, and just messed up the whole dozen of donuts for every damn body. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo said Roland was crying. I bet you them tears had a long ass way to travel down his big ass head, didn't they? Anybody clocked the time on them tears? It probably took them tears probably needed navigation to get from his eyes all the way down to wherever they fell to. Big ass head. That motherfucker has a ridiculous head. People be talking about Roland Martin and fighting him and running up on him and all that. You better make sure, you know what I'm saying? You better make sure you land your punches right. Because either one or two things is going to happen. You're going to break your hand, you know what I'm saying, if you don't hit him at the right angle and you got your fist all the way closed. Or, you know what I'm saying, he going to headbutt you and you're going to go flying like the Juggernaut. Big, giant, big bowling ball head. Like, it, Lord. That's a, you know what I'm saying, like where he, and damn, you know what I'm saying, like he got old construction equipment ass head. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, well, Trump may not make America great again, but he sure made Kamala Indian again. Yo, that's wild. He took her back. You know what I'm saying? He took her back. We're going to eat some cat with curry sauce on that one.
In Springfield,
don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cat.
It's a shame, it's a pity. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat cat.
Drop that cat.
Shout out to Miss Niecy. Miss Niecy said, thank you, Rob, for always keeping the family educated and informed. Look, I told you, I got you. I got you.
In Springfield,
where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. The cat.
Drop that.
Man, that never gets old. Look, we're gonna be able to use that too. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be able to still use that too. Shout out to Yo-Yo Queen. Make sure y'all show Yo-Yo Queen some love for funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, Yo-Yo Queen.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching times.
Damn. What the hell?
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
Hey, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Tricky Nick said, why is there a goose? What the hell? Tricky Nick said, why is there a goose in the video? It's a goose in the video because they had said that they was they said that they were stealing the geese too. They said they were stealing the geese too.
We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm bringing us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Made. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if history is made, but I tell you what, though, I'm trying to make history. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make history over the next couple of years. You know what I'm saying? And I think we got a good groundwork to do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I agree 100% with Black Free Thinker. Facts. This is what I was saying. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. So shout out to everybody, man, who showed love. You know what I'm saying? Let me, you know what I'm saying? Let me give y'all, you know what I'm saying, y'all love and appreciation for showing your boy some love. Shout out to Tia. Definitely appreciate it, man. Tia been rocking for a long time, man. Make sure y'all show Tia some love. Definitely appreciate you. Shout out to Dwayne. Definitely appreciate you. Dwayne been rocking forever. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Ryan Glenn. You know, Ryan Glenn, part of the fam, been rocking forever. Shout out to Jay Cage. Same. Been rocking forever. You know what I'm saying? Look at the, like I said, look at the gold, look at the red, look at the purple, man. That's all I got to say. You don't see it all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, We Lit. Definitely a Queen for the Cash App. All right. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love for the Cash App. This is a new super chat. She finna get all the drops. So give me a second.
In Springfield, they're eating
overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines. I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And the cat got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. She was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. The cat.
Drop that cat.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm rich, biatch. Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money, pop.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to AW1. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen again. Let me hit Brooklyn Queen again. Hold on real quick. Where I'll tell you, I keep losing Myron the same way he losing that patch of hair. All right.
Again!
Shout out to my man, the Specialist. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Definitely appreciate you, Miss Nisi. And shout out to Yo Queen. I definitely appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to my man Torian. Torian said, you still up. You came in, bro, right for this.
Walk up in the life. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all on tour. Got demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside so they can see me. And I walk up in this like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city. That's on my knee, that's on Kiwi, that's on mamas. Niggas don't believe me, come and see me. I been dodging all that fake. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature, that's like every other week. Talk behind my back, I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him, on God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him, on God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him, hold up. Look, walking this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey, I'm really him, hold up.